We got the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, bigger than the Reagan tax cut. And protect the security of ourselves and our allies, Biden wants to turn off the spigot. He just doesn't want it to happen. I don't know if it's him. I'm not sure he has any idea what the hell's going on. The guy can't put two sentences together. And, I never spoke to him about him like this. I speak to him. It's very derogatory what I say, because you know what he did? He indicted me. I mean, I've been indicted. I've been indicted more than Al Capone. See that guy, how tough he is? Look at him with a big red hat on. He's a tough guy. If Al Capone ever took you out to dinner and he didn't like your smile, he would kill you before morning, okay? And he got indicted less than me. That's not right. No, these people are crazy. These people are crazy. It's weaponization. It's going after your political opponent. Nobody's ever done this before in the history of our country. They do it in third world nations, but they don't do it here. And I have a feeling maybe it's going to be the last time, because people are going to see it at the polls. The people are, it's amazing. I appreciate it so much, because normally what you do is you just put your head down. I guess you have to get the hell out. And every week we go up and up and up. And somebody said, don't indict him anymore. Please, you're killing us. You're going to indict him right into the White House. We don't want to have that. No, it's terrible. I mean, we get treated terribly. It's unbelievable. And, that's a two-way street. That can happen to them also. It's a very dangerous thing. It's a very dangerous precedent that they are setting. On day one, I will end Crooked Joe's insane electric vehicle mandate, which has caused the prices of cars to skyrocket. And, electric vehicles, they don't work so well in the cold. So the people of New Hampshire are not exactly thrilled. They don't work very well in the cold. You ever see all these cars like they're abandoned? They look nice. Why are they not? It gets to a certain temperature. They're not exactly, you don't want to be there. While Biden is pushing the largest tax hike in American history, I will make the Trump tax cuts, again, the biggest ever in history. We're going to make them permanent. They come due in a year. And I will once again cut a record number of job-killing regulations. Number one in regulations in history. We cut more regulations than any president in history. That's why we had such a good economy. And, it was interesting. I was with business leaders, and I asked the whole group, about 20 of them, big companies, and I said, which was more important, the tax cuts or the regulation cuts? Every single one of them said the regulation cuts were more important. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we win. We're going to win it together. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. We'll get it settled. Would have never happened. And when I was commander-in-chief, Iran was a weak, broke, and it was ready to make a deal. They were weak, they were broke, and ready to make a deal. Then Biden came in and surrendered everything, all of the things I did. I told China, if you buy any oil from Iran, I told this to every country, practically every country, they're not selling oil. And now under Biden, Iran is rich, powerful, and an instrument of terror that is spreading bloodshed all over the Middle East. You see what's happening. Move that was. Under my leadership, we will restore peace through strength. That's all you need, peace through strength. We rebuilt the entire military. Of course, we gave about $85 billion to, can you imagine? $85 billion they gave to Afghanistan. And Afghanistan now, the Taliban, Afghanistan is just about one of the leading sellers of military equipment in the world. They don't need 700,000 rifles. They need 50,000 rifles, 20,000 rifles. We gave them 70,000 vehicles, some of them, many of them armor-plated, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars each. But I am the only candidate who can make this promise to you. I will prevent World War III. I will prevent it. You're going to have World War III. The way it's going now, you are going to have World War III, and we're going to prevent it. I know all the players. I was honored because a very, very tough man, Viktor Orban. Have you ever heard of him? He's the Prime Minister of Hungary. Right, good. Prime Minister of Hungary, and he's a tough man, strong man, very respected, knows everything there is to know about Ukraine. In fact, he's taken in tremendous numbers of Ukrainians, but I happen to think he's a good man. The press goes crazy when I say it. But they asked him, what's the problem? The world is blowing up. What's the problem? What can we do about it? He said, the best single thing that you can do about it is get Trump to be the president of the United States again. When we had Trump, there were no problems. He used a word I don't like using because I can't say it myself. He said, China feared him. It's the only thing they're good at. They cheat at elections like nobody's ever cheated before. Maybe third world countries, but not, I don't think a lot more. But we're not going to let them cheat in 2024. Everybody's watching, and it's going to be very hard. They're going to try. They're going to try because that's their natural instinct. And I will build an iron dome over our country, a state-of-the-art missile defense shield made in the USA. We do it for other countries. We help other countries. We don't do it for ourselves. We need it too. You know, Reagan proposed that many years ago, Star Wars. He proposed it many, many years ago, but at that time there was no technology. It was just like it looked good. But we have unbelievable technology. We shoot them down. I've seen so many things. I've seen shots that you wouldn't even believe. Missile launched. They go, missile launched, and you hear a bell go. I mean, I see this. It's so incredible. And these guys, these geniuses, they go, these are not muscle guys here. They're muscle guys up here, right? And they calmly walk to a seat. Ding, 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 ding. They've only got 17 seconds to figure this whole thing out, right? Boom. Okay. Missile launch. Pshing, boom. It's the most and we don't have it here, but we help other countries in having it. No, we're going to have the greatest Iron Dome. Let's call it Iron Dome. Anywhere in the world. And it's going to be manufactured, a lot of it, right here in New Hampshire, actually. Come to think of it. I will also defend our great veterans, and Al will tell you, nobody has ever defended, and he's tough because, you know, I got to be careful with him. I might say it, and he said, I disagree with you. But nobody has ever defended the veterans like I've defended the veterans. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we'll be asking Congress immediately to build a full-service VA hospital in New Hampshire that the veterans deserve. We're going to be pushing that. You know, you're the only state in the union that doesn't have a full-service VA hospital. Do you know that, Al? So I don't know. Again, your governor. That's number 3 on your governor. I think you got to get this guy out of here. Right. We're going to get it built, Al. We're going to get it built. He'll be after me to get it built. He doesn't stop. I can tell you that. And he's a good man too. I'll direct a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical, out of control prosecutor in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. And I'm also going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officers throughout the whole United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong actions on crime. You know, they're not allowed to do anything. They took away their power, and then they get sued. They say you have to hire your own lawyer. You believe that one? They have to hire, some cases. Hire your own lawyer. That doesn't work out too well. We're going to give them indemnification so they can take care of the crime situation. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope and safety and beauty, and better than ever before. Our cities are going to hell. Our great, beautiful cities are crime-ridden, horrible places. And we're going to change that. We're going to be strong, so strong on crime, and we're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to fix up the roads and the avenues. We're going to rebuild our cities better than they've ever been before, and we are going to be very tough on crime. We'll take over the horribly run capital of our nation, Washington, D.C. It's a mess, and clean up and renovate and rebuild our capital city so that it's no longer a nightmare of murder and crime, but rather it'll become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We have a capital where people come in, foreign dignitaries come in, and they're riding over garbage, and the roads are bad, and the median is bad in between roads. You know, the median that's always falling over, the metal crap that somebody got a lot of money for that stuff. You put it up 2 days later, it's all busted up. But this is stuff that's old, broken. The roads are broken. And you're riding over garbage, and you're riding over just absolute garbage, beer cans that have been there a long time. I know how long, you can tell very easily. And these are people coming into this capital, the capital of our country. And you look at the parks, they're riddled with tents. Homeless are living there. We have to take care of our homeless, but you can't let them do that. When I was president, if I saw 2 tents forming, I'd say you have to get them out fast right away, because once you have 2, you have 3, you have 4, they build up so fast. On day 1, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our schools. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And something that I can't believe, but I have to say it because this is where they seem to want to go, the radical left. I will keep men out of women's sports, okay? Do you believe it? And as I did better than anybody else, and it's not easy, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. We will fully uphold. And this I do for Vivek, because he's very big into it. I happen to agree with him, but he said, could you mention this? I will never. He said, I love Vivek. I love him too now. I didn't love him when he was running, but I like him now. It's amazing the way you can like somebody when you win, right? But Vivek is great. He's really great. But he wanted this, and I'll give him full credit for it. It's very important, actually. I will never allow the creation of a central bank digital currency. And we will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections, and our goal will be one day voting with paper ballots and a thing called voter ID. Voter ID. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win. If you took the worst 10 presidents, let's say the worst. I used to say 5, remember? A few months ago. Then I said 5. If you took the worst 10 presidents in the history of our country, think of it, the worst 10, and you added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to the U.S., to the United States that we love so much, as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. Look at what they've done. Look at the Afghanistan embarrassment, the worst ever in the history, the most embarrassing moment, I believe, in the history of our country. But look at the border. Look at the border. The border is like a sieve. It's an open wound. What we're allowing to come into our country, they're coming from all over the world. It's not just from the 4 countries that we know and love and we've dealt with pretty unsuccessfully. They're coming from all over. They're coming from Africa. Last night, 2 nights ago, they had 20 people from the Congo, and they were, where do you come from? They come from prisons, because prisons are being emptied out all over the world, and they're coming into not just in South America. That would be bad. But they're being emptied out from all over the world. In Asia, they're coming from Asia. How about China? 28,000 Chinese. And they're between the ages of 18 and 25. Those are fighting ages, right? Those are fighting ages. What's that all about? They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from Yemen. We're bombing Yemen, and we have their people coming here, but they're all men, very few women. I hate to say that, but they're very few women, and they're of fighting age, 18 to 25. That's called prime time. And they're coming from all over the world. And we're like a dumping ground for the rest of the world. We're stupid people. We're being run by stupid people, or people that hate our country. I'm not sure which. Nobody can figure it out, because who would want to run? Who would want to run on a policy of open borders where anybody can come in? They're emptying jails out. We took out thousands and thousands of gang members, MS-13. They say they're the toughest gangs in the world. I think they're probably not, compared to some of the gangs that are coming in now from parts unknown, right? But we took out thousands and thousands. They're now being let out of jails, and they're coming into our country. Many of them have already come in. And if the fake news would go and investigate the jails throughout, let's say, South America and even the rest of the world, you'll find that they're getting low, because they're letting their bad prisoners come into the United States of America. And that's really bad for us, and it's really unsafe. And I was talking to Sean Hannity today. He said, I give it 100% chance, 100% that we're going to have a bad attack. What do you think? Do you think I'm right? I said, you're 100% right. He gives it 100% chance. And I said, you're low. Let's give it a little bit more than that if we can, right? If you could, I would. So if you want to save America then tomorrow, and you have to do this, we're now at tomorrow. Look at this. The season has started. We had this tremendous success in Iowa, and now we have, and by the way, I kept you first in the nation for primaries, right? I kept you first. I promised I would. That was up to me. Had nothing to do with your governor, I can tell you that. He's too lazy. He's too lazy to do that. But tomorrow, Tuesday, January 23rd, you have to do this. You have to go out and you have to vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. We're going to turn this country around so fast. It's going to be a beautiful thing to behold. So in conclusion, and I think this is so powerful and so important, we're going to be taking on some of the most menacing forces and some of the most vicious people and opponents that we've ever seen before. But no matter how hateful and corrupt the communists and criminals are that we're fighting against, constantly fighting against, the terrible, terrible people, they're from the inside, not on the outside. You must never forget that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. This is your home. This is your heritage, and our American liberty is your God-given right. And I say this, and I love this, and I know your state so well, and I have so many friends that live here, from Meredith to Manchester, from Plymouth to Portsmouth, and from Londonderry to Laconia. You inherit the legacy of red-blooded New Hampshire patriots. You're really patriots, incredible patriots, who lived by that very, very simple but actually quite complex statement: live free or die. Live free or die. We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the ocean, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America the single greatest nation in the history of the world. We will. But now we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation that has the highest inflation in 50 years, where banks are collapsing and interest rates are skyrocketing. Likewise, we are a nation where energy costs have reached the highest levels in our history. We are no longer energy independent or energy dominant as we were just a few short years ago. We are a nation that is begging Venezuela and others for oil. Please, 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 says Joe Biden. Yet we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country anywhere in the world. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production, while at the same time substantially increasing the price of oil. And we met that threat by announcing that we will no longer be drilling for oil in large areas of Alaska or elsewhere on our lands. We are a nation that is consumed by the radical left's Green New Deal, yet everyone knows that the Green New scam is fake and it will lead to our destruction. We are a nation whose leaders are demanding all electric cars, despite the fact that they don't go far, cost too much, and whose batteries are produced in China with materials only available in China, when an unlimited amount of gasoline is available inexpensively in the United States, but not available in China. And now we are a nation that wants to make our revered and very powerful Army tanks the best in the world, all electric, so that despite the fact that they are also not able to go far, Fewer pollutants will be released into the air as we blast our way through enemy territory in an environmentally friendly way. And they also want to make our jet fighters with a green stamp of energy approval, though losing 15% efficiency, but allowing us to keep our enemy's atmosphere clean of emissions as we viciously and unceremoniously attack them at levels never seen before. Who are these people that would do this to us? Who are these people who would ruin our country? We are a nation that has ended oil exploration and production in the United States, just as the price of oil reached an all-time high. What other country would do such a thing? How foolish are we? How stupid are our leaders? We can be energy independent and even energy dominant. Yes, oh yes, and quickly, says President Trump. We will be there very quickly. We are a nation that surrendered in Afghanistan, leaving dead soldiers, American citizens, and $85 billion worth of the finest military equipment. Anywhere in the world, we left it behind. And also abandoning Bagram, this is one of the biggest, most important military bases anywhere in the world, and only 1 hour away from China, and where China makes its nuclear weapons. We left Bagram, the best in the world, the biggest. We left it to China. And who is occupying it now? China is occupying it now. And we are a nation that allowed Russia and Ukraine to fight, killing hundreds of thousands of people, and it will only get worse. It would never have happened with me as your president, and for 4 straight years, it didn't happen. Likewise, the horrifying attack on Israel would never have happened. They wouldn't even have thought of doing such a thing if President Trump was in the Oval Office. You know it, and everyone else knows it. Iran was broke under the Trump administration. They didn't have the money to fund Hamas or Hezbollah and all other instruments of terror. They gave them so much money. But those sanctions that I put on were lifted by a corrupt Biden administration, and now Iran is a rich country with $200 billion and another $6 billion for hostages that they just got, and $10 billion for electricity that they sent to Iraq, all compliments of an incompetent Biden administration. And China with Taiwan is next. We are a nation that allows radical left terrorists to violently attack our cities, leaving behind massive destruction and death. And nothing happens to the criminals that do these horrible things. There is no punishment. But when people who love our country protest on January 6th in Washington, they become hostages, unfairly imprisoned for long periods of time. We are a third world nation that has weaponized its law enforcement against the opposing political party like never before. We've got a federal Bureau of Investigation that won't allow bad election-changing facts to be presented to the public, and which offers $1 million to a writer of fiction about Donald Trump to lie and say it was fact, where Hunter Biden's laptop from hell was Russian disinformation, and the FBI knew it wasn't, but 51 intelligence agents said it was. And a Department of Justice that refuses to investigate egregious acts of voting irregularities and fraud. And we have a man who is totally corrupt and the worst president in the history of our country, who is cognitively impaired and in no condition to lead, and is now in charge of dealing with Russia, China, in possible nuclear war. And he has no idea what he's doing. We could lead to World War III, and far more devastating than any war. This will be a war like no other, because the weaponry is so powerful, powerful beyond description, powerful beyond words. We are a nation that no longer has a free press. Fake news is all you get, and they are indeed the enemy of the people. They refuse to discuss the Biden crime family, but enjoy covering the false indictments of Donald J. Trump, who has done nothing wrong except win an election that he wasn't expected to win. We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed and where crime is rampant and out of control like never before. We are a nation that is allowing Iran to build a massive nuclear weapon and China to use the trillions and trillions of dollars it has taken from us to build a military to rival our own. And less than 3 years ago, we had Iran and China, and Russia, and North Korea in check. They respected us. They were afraid of us. They weren't going to do a thing against us, and everyone knows it. Now Russia and China are holding summits to carve up the world. And perhaps most importantly, we are a nation that is no longer admired, respected, or listened to on the world stage. We're not respected any longer. We are a nation that in many ways has become a joke. And we are a nation that is hostile to liberty, freedom, faith, and even to God. We are a nation whose economy is collapsing into a cesspool of ruin, whose supply chain is broken, whose stores are not stocked, whose deliveries are not coming, and whose educational system is ranked at the very bottom of every single list. We are a nation that just sold a once great company, United States Steel, to Japan. We are a nation whose stock market's continued success is contingent upon MAGA winning the next election. It is contingent on MAGA winning the next election. We are a nation where large packs of sadistic criminals and thieves are allowed to go into stores and openly rob them, beat up and kill their workers and customers, and leave with armloads of goods, but with no retribution, where the authority of our great police has been taken, where their families and pensions have been threatened, and their lives would be destroyed for the mere mention of the words law enforcement. We are a nation where fentanyl and other forms of illegal drugs are easier to get than groceries to feed our beautiful families. We have become a drug-infested, crime-ridden nation, which is incapable of solving even the smallest problem. The simplest of problems we can no longer solve. We can't do anything. We are an institute and a powerful death penalty. We will put this on. We have to bring in the death penalty if we want to stop the infestation of drugs coming into our country. The only countries that don't have a drug problem are those with the death penalty. A terrible thing to say. Each dealer is responsible for the death during their lives of 500 people or more. We must institute the death penalty. It's actually an act of kindness. Mothers will never again be forced to watch their children overdosing and hopelessly dying in their arms, screaming, "What can I do? What can I do? My child is dying." We're a nation whose once revered airports are a dirty, crowded mess. You sit and wait for hours and then are notified that the plane won't leave. They have no idea when they will. Where ticket prices have tripled, they don't have the pilots to fly the planes. They don't seek qualified air traffic controllers, and they just don't know what the hell they're doing. We are a nation that screens its citizens viciously at all ports. But if you're an illegal alien, you're allowed to flow through our country with no check whatsoever. We are a nation that has lost its confidence, lost its willpower, and lost its strength. We are a nation that has quite simply lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. 3 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and it's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. We will fight for America like no one has ever fought before. 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers, get them out of our government. We have to get them out of our government. We will get rid of the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will drain the swamp We will liberate our country from these tyrants and villains once and for all. They are destroying our country. Like those patriots before us, we will not bend, we will not break, we will not yield, we will never give in, we will never give up, and we will never, ever back down. With your support, we will go on to victories, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on Election Day 2024. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will be forgotten no longer. We are one movement, the greatest movement in the history of our country. One people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, New Hampshire. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. Go out and vote. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my friends. How are we doing tonight? David Snedeker talking to you live, which I've only been doing, excuse me, with Hawk, and I'm grateful for that. Hawk cannot join us tonight. He started this show on a previous broadcast, but he lost his internet again. And so he's going to let me know if he wants to add anything. But I'm going to go to his X, and we're going to go down a few of mine X's as well. He started this thing a couple weeks ago where he said, I want to go down through your X feed, and I've been a little busy, so he's been going down through his. I mean, we did one or two, I think. He's been going down through his, and yeah. Hi, Pat. Hi, Dave. Been praying a lot here, but God is good. Thank you all. Blessings, Dave. Thank you, guys. Hello, hello. Marlene, feeling that good energy. Yeah. So, my friends, I want to just say a couple things about the speech, President Trump's speech, and and one thing stood out to me, and that is that do you notice how he's talking about ISIS and how quickly he eliminated them, and then he jumped right to Obama. Now, we know that we're getting a lot of comms. We always have gotten a lot of comms. There are no outside comms. Okay. Q has said that not just once directly, but also indirectly by letting you know that anybody claiming that they're part of the operation is lying. Operators never divulge. Okay. If that was the only thing, if that was the only sin of somebody like Phil Godlewski, that would be enough to never listen to him again. Okay. What I left you all with was what to look out for. Before I went dark, I showed you, uh, Todd showed you, and Cindy, when we were going down the dives, like how to do it. Okay. Um, so you could always do that on your own. I shared with you what to look out for and who to look out for in many cases, but primarily what to look out for, because there's constantly new people coming on the scene quite rapidly, which should be a red flag. And so we've always gotten these comms from inside of Q, okay? And because we were focused on that and sharing those with you, you were getting really good information. And we weren't taking anybody's word for it outside of that information. And that is why the SnedHeads have not like faltered, have been confident that we're watching a show, have been confident that Trump has been in control. We were covering this stuff in real time. People see great work by people like um, Patel Patriot and um, um, Rattletrap 1776. Okay. And it's seeing that work. And then Nick Alvier, who did the movie The Greatest Show on Earth. Okay. But here's what's important for you all to know. And that is, we were covering all that in real time. In real time. The inauguration, the idiosyncrasies of the inauguration. This is when now I discovered this a little bit later, but we had already shared quite a bit about how the inauguration was not shot live, and I was able to share that with you because of my experience with making movies and my experience with following Trump. And for example, do you remember during the campaign, one of Trump's rally cries was, "Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter?" And then he made a shirt of it and they raised money for it. Okay. And so, what I'm going to share with you right here is that I proved, and I'm the only one that has done this that I've ever seen. I proved in one frame of video that the inauguration was not shot live. Now, you're going to hear a lot of people that, we've talked about that too. We covered this in real time. You'll hear a lot of people that say, well, it was sunny on that, it was not sunny on the day of the inauguration. It was overcast, right? And we're like, yeah, absolutely. We know that. The different frames, the different angles, and showing the granddaughters behind them in their pink and their white, and all of a sudden they're gone. Okay, I just shared one on X that is being challenged. What I'm showing you right now can't be challenged. It cannot be challenged. It is absolutely empirical evidence that this show was not shot live. And what you're seeing here is right here is Hunter Biden's head and his face. Okay. What you don't see is this is his father Joe. Now this is a fade out. Okay, so you're seeing a frame from the previous camera angle, right? So here's Hunter. Okay. Here is his mother. Here is Joe. Okay. And here's the left side of the stage from that angle, from that initial angle. This here down in the lower right-hand corner, and all these people here, and all these people that you see clearly are the next camera angle. And this is what's known as a dissolve. Okay. They're dissolving from one shot to the other. But here's the problem with that. And it's not a problem. They were telling us this. He was sworn in too early. It was a 3-gun funeral. It wasn't a 21-gun, presidential salute. Trump was on air, Marine One, Air Force One. Biden got there on, a private plane that one of the SnedHeads' husbands actually flew Joe Biden to the inauguration. Okay. It was just all very weird, right? So here's Hunter on the right side of the stage, right of his father. And here's Hunter's head right down here. In one frame. Now, I don't think, let me see if I did, if I've got a shorter version of that. Otherwise, to show you, I would need to go into the YouTube, but I can do that. But this is irrefutable proof. Okay. And what's very interesting too is that I'm going to show you this. So the comms have been steady. I want to just be clear on the comms. Like they gave us this comm. Okay. That this inauguration was not shot live. Okay. They gave us that. Now I'm going to take you to the video of the inauguration. Okay. Now, here's what's really interesting is that some of these that I used to be able to access very easily don't show the part that I'm going to show you. They've actually scrubbed a lot of those from the actual internet. Okay. Because they know what I found is spot on accurate. So I got to come all the way down to C-SPAN. Maybe one of the others has. United States. But it really is C-SPAN is the one that I know for sure, right? So here's the gathering, people coming in. This is the the whole bit, right? Now they're I think coming out, but let's go to you see the sparse crowd. The press wasn't allowed there, if you'll remember, right? Okay, now this is the swearing in ceremony, and I'm going to take you to this, okay, so that we can really kind of get a view of it, and then I'm going to go back to the speech tonight, and I'm going to just talk to you about the kind of the connection here, okay? So here we go. Let's see what we got to sit through here. Okay, we don't really need to sit through this, so let me speed this up. Roberts.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Speed
I,
that
Joseph
up.
Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Okay. Okay. Now we're going to normal. Now, okay. So Hunter kisses him, right? This is mom. Do I have that full screen for you all? Yeah, I do. Okay, good. So, okay. And I've shared this with you all. Now watch him step down. See how he's stepping down. Okay. So what I had said earlier, I think that might be a sister there that I saw, and I thought it was dark hair. But watch him step down. See where he is right there. So it's him. This is Jill. This is his sister. This is his father. And what if I'm directing this in the truck? They've got a truck close by that has all the cables going directly to the truck from the cameras. Okay. They're hardwired. And I'm the director, and I'm saying, okay, we're at a master shot, camera 1. Okay, camera 2, we're going to just do a pan down from the left to right here at the left of the stage. And camera 2 starts to pan down. And as a director, I'm saying, okay, go from camera 1, cut to camera 2. And then now you have camera 2 coming in. But here now, so here you're seeing Hunter, and down here you're seeing the tops of the heads of the next frame. C-SPAN's in the way, but it's one of the few I could actually find that they still have it on there. Boom. There's his head. There's his head. You can still see it. And there's the top of his head. And I'm going to let this play. But you're going to notice here he's on the right side of the stage. Here, there he is. He's on the left side of the stage. On the other side of his father, on the other side of Jill, on the other side of his sister. That is physically impossible. And so what I shared with you is that we're getting comms from President Trump. We're getting comms from the Q team. And are we paying attention? And so tonight, when he's talking about ISIS, and he jumps to Obama right after that, he's telling us, Q is telling us that Obama started ISIS. ISIS was created under the Obama administration. That's why he couldn't get rid of them. Okay? That's why he couldn't get rid of them. Because he wasn't trying to get rid of them. The greatest nation in the world, and you can't get rid of a band of people like that. Well, that's why we didn't get rid of Al Qaeda, because Al Qaeda was started by the CIA. How come they can't get rid of Hamas? Because Hamas was started by Israel and the Mossad. I want you to remember something that the Q said, we're saving Israel for last. Why? And do you understand how significant Epstein is in all of this? Do you realize how significant that is? Understand that Maxwell's father and daughter, she was the handler for Epstein. She was Epstein's handler. Why else do you keep a woman like that around when you're, raping 14, 15, 13-year-olds? Why would you have an old woman around if your proclivity is young girls? She's his handler. This is bigger than you think because Saving Israel for Last is exposing quite many things, but primarily it's going to expose the human trafficking. And that's what's going on in New York. That's what's going on at the border. And this is all Mossad here. The human trafficking I'm talking about, and the honeypot scheme is Mossad. It's also China. They had it too. That's why. What's his head was got caught with Fang Swalwell. What a joke, right? For crying out loud, Dianne Feinstein had a spy who was her driver for 20 years, Chinese spy. So that's definitely going on both sides. And by the way, Trump mentioned China's economy. Okay. One of the things that I showed you from Ingersoll Lockwood, if you're catching my videos, make sure that you're going to davidsnedeker.com and finding either my Rumble channel and subscribe and like and get notifications on my Rumble channel. Then you'll get an email that tells you when I'm going live. And also X at Dave Snedeker. Okay. Now, so Epstein had this honeypot scheme going for Mossad. So this is Mossad's way to control our government, control our media. Okay. Which also goes to what's being exposed now about the Holocaust and World War II and how that was utilized to give the Jews Israel. And so this is part of Saving Israel for Last because Israel isn't controlled by the Jews. Israel's controlled by the Khazarian mafia, the fake Jews, the Zionists. And they're the same people that control Mossad and controlled Maxwell and Epstein to get video of them having sex with children, all the leaders, all the Hollywood elite, all the music industry. Folks, when you understand the lure of adrenochrome, based on my research, it is an incredible high. And even Hunter S. Thompson wrote about it in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, in that infamous scene with Johnny Depp and Benicio del Toro about the adrenochrome. So imagine a drug that is one of the greatest highs that most people have ever had, but also preserves your youth. I've said this before. They call it the fountain of youth because youth is the fountain. This is what drives the border crisis. Okay. They had lost the children. They had lost the trafficking of the children. They had lost the trafficking of this drug. They had lost the ability to get this drug. Roe v. Wade that Biden's trying to overturn, that was one of their suppliers of these things. Do you understand how this is all interrelated? And that whatever division you see, we will all be united by the reality and the exposure of child kidnap, rape, adrenochrome harvesting, organ harvesting, and murder. And throw in childhood pornography. They're very efficient, these evil serpents. And they are basically harming the most innocent of all, the children. And the children cry out for somebody to save them, somebody to help them. And we don't hear those screams, but they're there. And it's happening, and it's been happening. And Trump, the Q team, without question and provable, took a significant chunk, a significant reduction in this criminality. And so now what you're seeing with the border, with the abortion, with the disfigurement of children, the separation of families, the separation of children from their parents through CPS. My friends, this is a coordinated effort to get back to the way things were, which is you could get it anytime you want, anywhere you want. And the people who were dealing in all this were losing a lot of business because of Trump, because of the Q team, because of what our awakening. Okay. So this is, Lady Hammer says, David, you're going to get Hawk's channel canceled. Well, I already got him a warning the other night. You know, I'm so used to speaking freely, whether it be on Nina's Corner or whether it be on my Rumble channel or X, that I haven't been broadcasting to YouTube or Facebook. And so you're right, Lady Hammer. I kind of need to pull back a bit because I don't want to, although he's used to it, and that's why he's got 24 channels. He will, he doesn't care. Like, I could be a little smarter, but Hawk doesn't care. He's fighting this war, and he will, if one rifle stops working, he's going to pick up another. And that's how we do it. Right. But I could be a little bit more vague about some of the topics that might allow him to keep, these channels on Facebook and YouTube. So Thank you, Jody. Hawk can use my channel if he needs it. I don't use it. I was just reminiscing today about, I think it was Jody, another Jody who had a knitting channel, and we called it Knitting with the Head Sned, and because it was her knitting channel that she gave me so that I could get back on YouTube, and I got that one canceled too. And I was just reminiscing about that today with a friend. Um, hey, Christy, good to see you. Yeah. And Jody remembers that. Yeah. Never leave the battlefield. We have to definitely, stay on the battlefield. But so this is, so Trump was also talking about MS-13, right? And do you remember the gangs that he said were worse than MS-13? Well, he's talking about the Soros gang, in my opinion. Okay. Are there other gangs that are worse than MS-13? I can't imagine that. I think they're all pretty like right up there. But when you're talking about a gang the size of what Soros has put together for the disruption and the chaos of America, and I think that's the gangs that he's talking about. The quilting, Karen, that's right. It was quilting with the head sned. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, the quilt show. So, the Lady Hammer, yeah, you made your point. Now let's not kick the dead horse, shall we? It was a good point. You don't need to keep rolling on that. So the speech, there were columns in this speech, okay? And the biggest problem with this movement, the biggest problem with this awakening is that of people getting discouraged. And Hawk and I have talked about this, and I've talked about this at length. And when you tell people something's going to happen and pretend like you know what the hell you're talking about, and it doesn't happen, people get discouraged. I've never used the word intel on any of my shows. And if I did, it was a mistake, and it certainly wasn't used to attract people. Because, and by the way, some folks are listening to people because they like them. Think about that. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. And I'm going to get specific about that. I'm going to be clear about that because it's not clear. Certainly, I'll give you an example. Donald Trump Jr. I don't like listening to him necessarily. Just because his voice kind of grates on me. And I'm sensitive to that. I prefer a deeper voice like mine, like Hawk's, like Trump's, like a little deeper voice. And that's just my preference. But I also know that if DJ T Jr. is the only place I'm going to get information, that I'm going to listen to him, right? But he's not my preference, especially when I'm going to hear his dad talk right after him. And that's who I really want to listen to. So that's a preference thing. But I hear some people say, oh, I like this truther, I like this truther. And I'm here to tell you, and I've said this to you before, if you ever catch me trying to keep you or trying to, garner your attention, run as fast as you can in the opposite direction. Because now my intention has now shifted from actually bringing you what I have found to be truthful, factual, helpful information to bring in you something that's going to get you back the next day or the next day or that night. If you like somebody, what are the reasons like you like them? And do they do the things that have sucked us all into the indoctrination to begin with? Not my show, The Indoctrination, but sucked us into the matrix. Because the CIA worked with Edward Bernays, who worked with his uncle Sigmund Freud. They know how to control your mind. They know what attracts your mind. And that's why in 1975 Church Commission, we found out they had 400 assets in mainstream media at the time. 400. And we only had 3 television channels, a handful of major newspapers, and a handful of major magazines. You know what else we had at the time? We had musicians. We had actors. Or should I say, they had them. So they know how to grab your attention. Squirrel. They know your attention span. They've been demolishing the attention span of humanity so that people don't have the attention span long enough to listen to what's really important or to read what's really important or watch what's really important. We have gone from some of the most cinematic, brilliant movies, 3 hours long, to 3, 5, 10-second clips. And it's ruining our children. Just like the grooming that is happening through all of that. So they know how to get you. And make sure those getches aren't coming from the people that I like to listen to him. We're in a war. This isn't about what you like or I like. This is about what we need. And what we need is people that have a self-esteem strong enough that they know they can sit here in front of a laptop, literally on a few pillows on their lap in his living room, and can talk and knows that thousands are going to show up and listen to it without me having to get you. I've got intel tonight, folks. Tune in for the intel. We've got breaking news nobody else has. We've got an exclusive interview that nobody else has. I talked to Q this morning, and Q told me that Q is listening to me and that we're doing a good job. Or I had a meeting this week with Trump, and I was at Mar-a-Lago, and I was there, and I was there. All these things are bullshit that have nothing to do with whether or not you're going to get what you need. And what we need in a war isn't the best dressed soldier, isn't the soldier who's pretending to be somebody else, stolen valor. isn't a soldier who is pretending to have information that he doesn't have. We don't need a soldier who is giving bad information, but is getting the most attraction, getting attention, getting the most attention because he's giving the other soldiers information in a way that he knows he will entrap them. Most of what we all need is a kick in the ass and a slap on the face. Snap out of it. We're still getting drilled by the same people who had enslaved our mind through media. It's the same people. They've just realized that the best way to reach us is outside of the mainstream media. So now they're using outside of the mainstream media to entrap our minds. But you know what has happened? You think, oh, patriots are in control. Why did they let October 7th happen in Israel? People died. And now Israel's attacking and killing Palestinians. Look at how many of the alternative media that you trusted didn't challenge what Israel was doing. Are you going to keep listening to them? Because if you do, you're an idiot. How about the people that told you that the vaccine was safe? The jab was safe. Sorry. Damn it. How about those people? Are you going to listen to them again? You still tuning in? How about the border? How many is that waking up? So this is why it had to be this way. What's happening right now in the truth community isn't division. It's weeding out the bad actors. That's what it is. It's not about division. You really only need one criteria, one characteristic to be allowed in the truth community. And that is you got to tell the truth. And if you don't, and you don't acknowledge it and say, oh, I was wrong or I was mistaken or I'm sorry, I somebody told me that and I jumped into it before doing my own research. If you're lying to people, you're disqualified from the truth community. Period. End of story. No argument. And I've been doing this a long time. And I was here before most of the people that have huge numbers. And I can tell you that I've warned you about them. I've warned you about the characteristics. And I've warned you how they are the same people and the same methods that brainwashed you to begin with. And me, by the way. So I've only been awake 18 years. Okay. But I was 40 when that happened. How many people under 40 are awake? They're way ahead of me in terms of, the rest of their life that they have to lead. But you know what's most difficult? Being awake as long as I have been, and so many others that have been awake longer, is being awake all by yourself when everyone else is sleeping. And of course, I'm talking about our individual lives, right? Like our individual lives are, we may be awake, but we look around and the people we see each and every day, we know are asleep. And so that's a difficult place to be. And the longer you've been awake, the more of a toll it takes on your soul. This is why Q is so important. This is why these speeches are so important. And I'm not just talking about the surface level. Let's say you don't like Trump. Let's say that, and when I say you don't like Trump, let me be specific. People that don't like Trump or have Trump derangement syndrome, they're still asleep. Okay. In many ways or in certain ways, they're still asleep. They might be awake in some areas, but they're still asleep. So the people that are awake, there's a lot of people, by the way, that are awake that don't like Trump, don't trust Trump. And some of those are paid for. Okay. Look at all the ones that jumped to Vivek, or whatever the hell his name is. I don't honestly care because he's Obama 2.0. He played a role. He played it well, and his time is up. He's a WEF. He's a Soros. Trump is bringing him into the spotlight to expose him, just like he's done it with John Bolton, just like he's done it with Pence, just like he's done it, with Nikki Haley. He just said tonight the reason he made her ambassador is because he wanted to get it somebody else in South Carolina. Think about that. He said that tonight. Doug McMasters, he got in as South Carolina governor. He got Nikki Haley out. He took care of business. He put her where he didn't need her. The UN. Trump wasn't listening to the UN. He didn't give a shit about the UN. So he gave, Nikki Haley that position to get rid of her. And you think, she's Trump because he hired her? No. Everybody he's brought out into the spotlight are exposing themselves. So those are, paid actors, but there are people that I believe are awake, and they don't trust Trump because of his Jesuit background. Okay, the Jesuits run the world through the Vatican with Khazarian mafia. Boom, there you go. Fauci, Jesuit high school, Jesuit college. Boom. Trump, Jesuit upbringing, Jesuit schools. Okay. So a lot of people think that he's into the Jesuits, right? Other people think that he's tapped into the Zionists and the Khazarian mafia because his son is Jewish, or son-in-law is Jewish. His daughter became Jewish. He kissed the wall. Okay, all the presidents, right, have done that. So they don't trust him because he's tied in with them. Meanwhile, we've seen how he treats Netanyahu, how he's spoken about Netanyahu, and Netanyahu's the head of that snake, or at least the figurehead of that snake, I should say. And so we're seeing some people that don't like Trump for those reasons. And the big one there's a lot of people that are very awake that will not forgive Trump for warp speed. And I get it. I get it. We can get into details on that, but I don't want to do that here because of Facebook and YouTube. But I've been talking about this, 8 months before CV. Okay, I've had my finger on the pulse of this since before it happened, and so I get it that some people won't forgive him for that, and the fact that he's still saying it's safe. Okay, so I get that, and I don't think those people are controlled. I don't think those people are necessarily controlled. They're just critical of him. And I said the other night, when Hawk had me on and Rob Cunningham, and I said, when this is all said and done, there's going to be some splaining to do. I used the Ricky Ricardo. Lucy, you got some splaining to do. That's as much of a impersonation as I'm going to do, which is horrific. So, but I said they're going to have some splaining to do when this is all said and done because a lot of our people died, me included. We lost our dear ones. So they're going to need to, explain. And Rob had gone into this, well, that Trump was doing this and this and this, and all really good explanation about how it all went down, which, and we've talked about it since. And I said, Rob, I'm glad you brought that to the surface, but I want you to know that I've said those things hundreds of times. All the reasons why Trump did what he did. And I said, so I really wasn't looking to have that brought back up because the people that listen to me already know that I've talked a lot about that. What I was really looking for was getting into a conversation about that and saying that there are some things in this show that we're going to need to be told it had to be this way because here is what we saw when we looked through the looking glass. Had it not been this way, okay, this would have been different. Childhood jabs. If it didn't go through this period, people would still be getting those for the next 1,000 years and reducing their life expectancy, reducing their healthy way of living. And so I was looking at, having more of a conversation of what are we going to demand when this is all said and done. Somebody yelled out, pardon the J6ers. Trump said under his breath, we will. Okay. That has to happen. It's not, he's not going to get into office and not take care of that. Okay. I'm not going to allow that. And anybody that does, we got to look to how they're being manipulated to not challenge them to do the things that we need to do. So we need to take care of this business, right? So I was very happy to see tonight some of these comms. Somebody say, yelled out, where we go one, we go all. And he smiled and paused and just let people take that in. That's a big deal, folks. Right? Like that's a really a big deal. And so it's important for us to really be looking to comms, but not to the people that are pretending like they have them. Q warned us about that. If you strayed from Q, that's on you. Not my job. I taught you how to do it. I taught you how to be independent. Most everybody else out there is trying to grab your attention so much that you tune into the next show. Because we got breaking news next show and we're going to have more news. We got to Well, here's the problem. Whether or not you're awake or you're asleep, if your focus is on all the things within the purview of the indoctrination of the matrix, if your focus is on that 80% of your day, 70, 60, 50, whatever the percent, if your focus is on that, it doesn't matter whether you're awake or you're asleep, for it has entrapped you. And whatever we focus on expands. And when I was going through a very, very difficult time, the most difficult time in my lifetime this past year, I couldn't continue to expose myself to the matrix, to the indoctrination, to the fake Joe Biden, to the Trump, to any of this. Didn't matter to me. It couldn't matter to me because the things that mattered to me is what I really needed to focus on. I really needed to step in to a place of now and not the past and not the future. And in order to do that successfully, you got to go inward. You got to seek solitude. DavidSnedeker.com. There's a link to my podcast, and my latest podcast is called A Soul Seeking Solitude. And if you listen to some of these, you'll experience what I was going through, but also how I was viewing the world as I was going through these difficult times of loss. And so even though I wasn't coming live to you with the indoctrination, I was still talking to you. And I have all those that are all going to go on this Spotify channel or wherever you get your podcasts, your listening podcasts that you can download and stuff. Just search me there. Or also, it's called Shattering the Indoctrination. So I want, the reason I say that is because we really need to shift into a direction away from the indoctrination, away from the back and forth, the left and right, the up and down, and because the revolution starts from within. And that's where we need to go. What if no outside comms meant nothing outside of you? Because look at all the outside comms that you've paid attention to in the past that have led our civilization to this precipice, this horrendous existence that must be better and can be better. So, what if no outside comms wasn't about Cuba, it was about you and telling you, don't hand your mind over to another living being. Go inside your mind, go inside your heart, go inside your soul. Find the divinity within you, which will help align you even closer to your creator. If you just focused on that, if we all just focused on that, we would show up to this revolution so strong, so mighty, so balanced, so powerful. We bring our best selves to this revolution. There is no stopping us. And that is why they've done everything they could to weaken us, to kill us, to distract us. So that's that, my friends. New Hampshire is where Trump is speaking tonight. New Hampshire is where they will vote tomorrow. And he reiterated, New Hampshire, live free or die. They have one of the highest drug problems in the country. How does that happen in New Hampshire? Okay. The cities, what he's going to do with the cities. My gosh, guys, Donald Trump is going to have the easiest presidency in the history of presidents if and when he steps back into the office as we perceive it to be. And what I mean by that is that all he has to do, I mean, it's like, taking a failing company that is doing everything wrong. That's the easiest company to turn around because all you got to do is make basic fundamental changes that shift it immediately and make you look like a hero. And that's what he's going to be able to do. And that's why they had to show us this absolute destruction of America at the hands of the woke society. They had to show us that. And they did. And how's it doing? How's it looking? So, New Hampshire, get out and vote. And I'm going to get into X a little bit here. And I'm going to take you to Hawks so that you can see what he's been posting. And I'll take you down through a little bit of that since he can't join us here. And here we're going to go into X here a little bit. Here's Hawks Mustard Seeds, guys. And if you're not following him, it's at Hawks Mustard 1. At Hawks Mustard 1. 2 hours ago, Mr. Beast said, I'm going to give 10 random people that repost this and follow me 25,000 for fun. The 250,000 my X video made. I'll pick the winners in 72 hours. So because of his numbers, he made $260,000 with one video. He has 26.8 million followers. Okay. Hawk says, I have lost everything over the past 4 years, from a thriving farm to nothing but flooding. If I win this, I will give one person $5,000 of it. That is a homeless veteran, and let them live on my land free of charge. $5K should be enough to get something started for a sustainable shelter. Well done. Well done, Hawk. Hawk's already taken in a homeless couple who did not treat him well. That's the kind of guy he is. He retweeted Sir Censorlot, who is a friend of mine, has become a friend.
In this case, Donald
Now,
Trump.
I'm going to. So this is Sir Censorlot. Okay, this is, and he's going to take us through this, but I want to make it bigger so you can see it better. And I'm going to have him on one of these days, very soon. As a matter of fact, I've been meaning to talk to him, but I've moved into a new home, into a home, and it's wonderful, and all is well. And I just got to tell you, yesterday I got a couch, and it's 50. I got it for $50 because it was dirty, and it was messy, but I could see through that, and I knew I could fix it up. So I drove an hour, couldn't fit it in my SUV, so I put it on top. It's an 8-foot couch, my friends. Okay. And I was so excited that I found a couch that I could actually fit on, that I could lay down on. You know, that's not easy for somebody who's 6'9" to find a couch that their legs aren't hanging off, or a bed that their legs aren't hanging off. And I found this from a lovely, lovely couple. And I washed it all day yesterday and steam cleaned it, and man, it's awesome. But at any rate, I say that because I've been very busy just trying to get in, but I want to get connected with Sir Censorlot, and we're going to come to you with a show. So let me play this without ado.
This is a decode of Donald Trump and Dan Scavino's post from January 19th. It's a 15-second video. In this case, Donald Trump's post on Truth says, just think of it. I would now be getting ready to leave government, and now they've got me for 4 more years. So what I like to do is, when he posts something with caps, capital letters, I like to count the capital letters, but then you'll see that extra spaces, extra dashes, right? So I count the spaces. Altogether here we have 36 caps and 8 spaces. Moving on to the time of the video, it shows here it's a 15-second video. And the timestamp is 9:42, military time 21:42. Next drop. So I wanted to highlight the fact that although the previous post showed a 15-second video, sometimes they'll add a second, or maybe it was delayed a second. In any case, there's your proof that it was also a 16-second video. Not sure why they do that, but I'm taking that into account. Moving on. So here's my first correlation with that video. He says, think of it. And as I mentioned, Scavino also posted the same 15-second video. He says, just think of it. In all the drops, there's only two that use the words, think of it. And this is one that I highlighted with a date of March 7th. That date came up in one of my previous decodes in the last couple of days, titled The Leader. It was a video of Newt Gingrich, I believe, talking about Trump not being a candidate, but actually being a leader. And that reminded me of what he did or how they treated him when he went over to Saudi Arabia. So in any case, this is drop 877. They used the words think of it twice. You can go to it, read it yourself. On the bottom here it says social media controls everything. The age of mainstream media is over. Now, the next drop is the only other drop that uses, let me go back, that uses the term think of it. And here it is.
I'm going to jump into this because I love that he did this, but it takes us to 160. It's going to be a little bit easier for you to see, and I want to speed it up, and I want to just share that with you so that you can go watch him for yourself. But when you go to think of it, it takes you to 160 as well. That's the one he was just about to tell you about. And on 160, you can see that November 20th, 2017, you guys are missing the importance of Hugh Hefner. Think of it this way. Hugh invites over celeb politician. Hugh offers them something younger. Hugh offers them a safe space to do it in. Hugh tapes encounter, sends tape to CIA. CIA has person by the balls for life. This is majorly important to what has been keeping people in control for so long. Okay. And then 3 exclamation points. Folks, what was I just saying to you about Epstein? Okay. I was just saying this about Epstein, right? And that the sound was kind of low. Sorry, guys. Yeah. And that's what they did with Hugh Hefner. The same thing, folks. That's how they got into Hollywood. That's how they're controlling all these people to tell you to take the jab, to do this, to do that, to, to mask up, to social distance. That's how they got all these people, folks. This is nothing new. This is how they've done it. Yeah, honeypot, James, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Sports Illustrated tanked. Why? They put a transvestite on that swimsuit issue. If you see my ex post from several days ago, maybe I'll get to that. But they had to cut their staff, and I said, staff. Maybe that's because they put a staff on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. So, but at any rate, what I shared with you just a moment ago was the gentleman that I mentioned, Sir Senselot, and just keep an eye out for his dives. Okay, Let me see. Let me find, go back to Hawk here. Okay. Let me go to, there we go. Back there. Okay. This is he started showing you this, that were two helicopters that landed. And,
So it might sound funny. It's pretty freaking cold. But this, oh my God, are you kidding me? I'll lay in bed for another week over this. I don't care. Are you kidding me? 7:30. Okay, we'll hang out.
I don't know what that is. Hawk knows. You know, Nancy Drew, yeah, don't really know what that's all about, but he was talking about how it's same color as JFK Jr.'s plane. That goes down an area that I don't really spend much time in. That guy who's being interviewed, I don't think is JFK Jr. I do think that it might have been one of the other guys long ago in the green hat. Also, Tucker interviewed Cat Turd today. You can check that out.
There's some nice purple balloons, very, very nice. And say
Ian Miles Chong, I don't really trust this cat, but Hawk reposted him. I don't know what this is, but supposedly this guy was accosted by CCP agents for filming them in public. And he's in, I believe, England. And they're trying to pressure YouTube to remove the video with their faces on it. So that's interesting. This is The Plan to Save the World by Joe M. And he put out this video that we've played before. It's about 13 minutes long, which you can check out, and Hawk has it on his page. So it's kind of weird. It's not really good to do somebody else's, but like when they're shorter, I can do it and maybe figure out what Hawk was trying to tell us here.
Hey, what's up, America? Well, being described as the largest data leak in history, 26 billion files with personal information have been hacked and stolen from Twitter, LinkedIn, Dropbox, and a shitload of other websites. And so it's so bad, it's being described as the largest data breach in human history. So basically, the entire world's population's information has been stolen multiple times over. But if you had shit on Twitter and LinkedIn and Dropbox and a couple other sites that you need to go look up, probably need to fucking figure out if all your data has been stolen, because that's happening right now. As a matter of fact, it's been happening and it's still continuing because some of the websites state that they can't stop it as of yet. So things like credit card information, addresses, email addresses, basically everything you have out there that's personal is now going to probably some Russian or Chinese or Indian hacking system. So don't be surprised when your credit card information gets compromised and fucking your credit score drops almost immediately due to some guy named Bagayo Bagdasarian stealing from you.
All right. That's good information that I was not aware of, that happened all today. Why does this not just go back to Hawk? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's going back to my feed. Let's see. And 2 minutes. Let's check this out.
President Trump because he made animal cruelty a felony. 5-minute video. So we're going to try to shorten this up. Questions for the left. Did you hate President Trump because he made animal cruelty a felony? Did you hate President Trump because he gave billions to stop the opioid crisis? Did you hate him because he did want to build a wall at our borders? to keep us safe from drugs and criminals from coming in? Did you hate the fact that he slashed medication prices, some by 50%, driving Big Pharma nuts? How about the fact that he signed a Save Our Seas Act, giving $10 million a year to help clean up our oceans from plastic and debris? Or that he's made thousands of arrests in child trafficking and crimes against humanity? He brought home 40 Americans that were held hostage in other countries. He didn't leave them behind. Or the fact he's done more for Black communities than the last 5 presidents combined. You hate President Trump because he was making the world pay their fair share for the UN for protection? Do you hate the fact that he loves and respects our cops, first responders, and veterans? Did you hate him because he's been the only sitting president to step foot in South Korea to make a peace treaty? Most people thought we'd be in World War III right now with Korea. Prison reform, VA reform, I could go on and on. How about the fact that he kept every camp?
He stepped foot in North Korea, not South Korea. So easy mistake, but just wanted to clarify.
Campaign promise with zero support from Congress, or that he worked for free, giving his salary to charities. Some people don't know is Donald Trump was a billionaire when he went into office. When he came out, he was worth a third less because he loves America that much. I am not a blind follower. I am not a Trump Nazi. I will support any president that does good by this country. And the bottom line is, President Trump did a damn good job. I think it's sad. I think there are a lot of people on the left that are very hypocritical. I think there are a lot of double standards. President Trump couldn't sneeze in the wrong direction without getting persecuted, without getting threatened to be impeached. But yet our current president could technically be an accomplice to murder, have blood all over his hands, leave Americans behind, leave working dogs behind, drive our country into the ground, leave our borders open for migrants.
There you have it. It kind of stopped unexpectedly, but at any rate, this is why does that keep doing that? It's really annoying me. This should go back to Hawk right here. Okay. So at any rate, so that's Hawk's feed. Let's see. This is
the age for you to receive Social Security.
By the way, Dan Scavino posted this.
Listen very carefully. Here's Nikki Haley shockingly saying she's going to change the rules and dramatically raise the age for you to receive Social Security benefits.
Social Security, Medicare, how would you manage the entitlements?
We say the rules have changed. 65 is way too low, and we need to increase that.
Haley's plan raises the age for collecting Social Security all the way to 75. That's not just a dramatic cut in benefits for 82% of Americans. It also means you'll have to work 10 years longer before you can retire. Year after year, you paid into Social Security. Now Nikki Haley wants to keep you from collecting what's yours.
We say the rules have changed. 65 is way too low, and we need to increase that.
Remember that on Election Day.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
Boom. That's, Nikki Haley is a joke, if you will, my friends. So, no surprise there. A few others. Let's see. This was the other day, so I'm gonna just go to mine, and those were Hawks. This go to my drops, and I call them drops, but you know what I mean. My tweets. I'm not one of those that pretends that he's writing or written the drops. So this is us here, my friends. Let's see. We've already got 241 just on X alone. We're already we got 239 presently live. And then I haven't even checked Rumble, but the indoctrination on Rumble is, let me see. If you search the indoctrination, one word, you'll find this, the indoctrination, one word. And then you'll see, here we are right here, already 1,000 views on Rumble. There's 357 watching right now, which is great, which doesn't show on the StreamYard. So we're, yeah, I don't know where we're at right now. So, and that's a show I did with Kirsten W., God rest her soul, and Scott McKay early on, but that stopped shortly after I started calling out Charlie Ward. Remember that, guys? Remember I was the first major influencer to call out Charlie Ward when he could do no wrong and he was the king of I mean, you know, it's just maddening, my friends, to see this unfold the way it has. Okay. This is very important. MJ Truth Ultra, who I enjoy quite a bit. Soros posted his assassination message at 7:55 p.m. This is Alex Soros, by the way. General Flynn, I'm sorry, I got to get you to the right page. My mistake here. I got to get you back to X here under mine. So right now, my friends, we are on at Dave Snedeker. At Dave Snedeker. Right here, you see that. Not David, but Dave. So Alex Soros posted this assassination attempt post. And we say that because this is how 187s are communicated. And 187s, as you know, is an assassination. And this is how it's communicated. This is how Tom Hanks communicated the assassination of Isaac Cappy. This is how I believe that that John Podesta communicated the assassination of Andrew Breitbart, because Andrew Breitbart called him out for running a pedophilia ring. This is how Obama communicated the assassination of Anthony Scalia. And this is now the heir to the George Soros fortune and manipulation, Alex Soros, who posted this today. Last year, the crime and inflation crisis largely evaporated. So did the leading theories about what had caused them. And Michael Flynn says, what the hell is the message you're sending by posting a bullet hole next to $47? My friends, President Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, and he's posting a bullet hole right next to $47. And the article's filled with total bullshit. Okay. So the article wasn't even significant, but what's significant is that 7:55 was when it was posted PM, which adds up to 17. Flynn posted this at 7:55 AM, which adds up to 17. Okay. The bills upside down or the ones that are upside down are $30. And the dollar bill says, one of the bills says silver certificate. I think it's the 10. And that takes us to Executive Order 110. I'm sorry, 1111, which is, let me bring this up for you. What John F. Kennedy passed with the Treasury, that the Treasury was going to print their own money outside of the Federal Reserve. And they were going to be backed by silver certificates. Okay. They were backed by silver, my friends. Backed by silver. This is what got him killed. That's the primary thing. You don't fuck with the bankers. Okay. So we're seeing a hitcom against Donald John Trump without question. Okay. See, MJ's an Anon. The Anons know. We know that this is what's going down. And by the way, let me take you to January 22. This is the president behind the military. This is security attack, failure test 1. Attack, you say? And by the way, maybe trying to stop 55, which is, look to Twitter, exactly this, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us, God bless. That is the one we've been waiting for, the launch of the forceful revolution and the awakening of the masses. They're talking about drones over US tracking only. Okay. Again, this is all from the delta of this assassination comm. Archive, last post triggered sniffer, eyes on. Triggered, bullet hole, security test, also goes to 52, we might want to check out. Site being attacked. They're basically talking about, at the time, this was 2018, this was 4chan, the end of 4chan, I believe. Chatter just spiked. Prey, Prey, notice the similarity. Again, Prey, assassination. What would happen if texts originating from an FBI agent to several internals discussed the assassination possibility of the POTUS or member of his family? What would happen? It originated, these texts, from an FBI agent discussing the assassination. What if the text suggests foreign allies were involved? Forget the Russia setup, 1 of 22. This is only the beginning. Be careful what you wish for as the world turns. Could messages such as those be publicly disclosed? What happens to the FBI, DOJ? What happens to special counsel? What happens in general? Every FBI, DOJ previous case could be challenged. Lawless. Think logically. We haven't started the drops regarding human trafficking sacrifices yet. Worst. Those good who know cannot sleep. Those good who know cannot find peace. Those good who know will not rest until those responsible are held accountable. Nobody can possibly imagine the pure evil and corruption out there. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. Who are we taught to trust? I'm going to say that again. Those you trust are the most guilty of sin. Who are we taught to trust? Our pundits, our singers, actors, government elected officials, our priests, our pastors? Aren't we taught to trust them? Our churches, our religions? Aren't we taught to trust them? How about the alternative media that has popped up to take all of those wandering eyes, leaving the mainstream media? What about all those that popped up to snatch up those wandering eyes? How about that? Let me show you a few, but let me finish this. If you're religious, pray. 60% must remain private, at least for humanity. These people should be hanging. Private exchange last. Thank you for visiting the White House. Fear. This entire shutdown exercise was Schumer's attempt to put Trump in his place. He failed spectacularly. Again, Trump, the White House, assassination. Stay at home, -7. DR, noon, clear sky, safe, calm, sat. This has to do with, I believe, the 4chan and also, yeah, I'm not quite sure. It's been a minute since I looked at this. And then, of course, 55. So very interesting. And White Hot Mike brought that up, by the way, on my Twitter, today's Delta. Okay. So good stuff, right? I mean, this is important stuff that we should be seeing. Now, what does this tell me about Alex Soros? This could be a hitcom, no question about it. But would he do it at 17? You know what I mean? Would he do it so blatantly? Or is this a white hat operation to expose him? We need to think about, all of the options. Okay. This is why I wanted to bring you to Amazing Polly. She is on Twitter. Okay. And as you know, I've shared much of Amazing Polly in the past. And she said pretty much everyone on this list, plus a few more, some of them are still not on Team Reality. The new Narrative Gatekeepers Network. My friends, be careful who you trust. Be careful who you follow. Okay. Tucker, if he wasn't fired, would still be on Fox, which is controlled opposition. So even though he's bringing fire, you shouldn't be any more impressed with him than you are with Elon Musk, because they're both being used, in my opinion, by the white hats. But if, however, Tucker is still controlled opposition, then wait for the other shoe to drop. But look at all these people, folks. Who controls them? What controls them? This is the guy I told you I didn't trust, Michael Chong. I didn't trust him. I don't trust Gabbard. I don't trust, what's his name? I don't trust any of these cats. Okay? Gutfeld, he's Fox. He's got some funny writers. But do you think this dude could hold a room? Okay? Some of these people are telling us what they want to hear, but they're controlling the narrative. These are some people I liked, and I wonder why she has them on the list, unless what were they saying about Israel? Patrick Bet David interviewed Anthony Weiner. Talk about a puff piece. Megyn Kelly interviewed James Alefantis of Comet Ping Pong, Pizzagate. Completely let him off the hook without any real questions. Are you listening to Bannon? Are you listening to her? Who are we taught to trust? Benny? Didn't Benny support Vivek? Crowder? No. Come on, people. I know it's confusing. Okay. I know it's not easy. But think about it. Do your homework. Really think about what these people are saying and how they've got millions and millions and millions of viewers. You know what all of these people have in common? They weren't without a home for the past 239 days. You don't think I could go in this direction? You don't think I have the skills that these people have? I can hold a room. I've done it. We've done it. You've seen it. You know how easy it would be to go in this direction? Geez. Wouldn't have to worry about rent. I wouldn't have to worry about tuition. I wouldn't have to worry about things that come along that I don't have necessarily the money to take care of. These people don't have that problem. So
guy, I knew exactly who this was.
So this is somebody, Joshua Reed. So this was the guy at the border who said, you know, you ought to know who I am. You better be careful. You ought to know who I am. I don't know if you saw that video, but check this out.
All right, guys, I came across this video and I wanted to bring it to everybody's attention because immediately when I saw this guy, I knew exactly who this was. Check this out. By the way, if you are smart enough, you will know who I am. But you are really not smart enough to know who I am. But soon you're gonna know who I am. You're gonna know who I am. Very easy. Very easy. The entitlement. The entitlement. No, believe me, I'm much better than that. Okay, from this guy's ego, you could tell that he most likely thinks that you should know who he is. Well, who is he? Right when I saw this, I knew exactly who this man was. I had to do a little bit of searching, but I think I'm correct. Now, I'm working with a few people who have contacts on the ground who took this video and took still photos. And so they're going to get those over to me and we're going to try to verify. But in the meantime, I'm going to leave you with this of who this potentially could be. If you remember back in 2011, there was a drone strike in Yemen. The U.S. government, ordered by President Barack Obama, killed 2 terrorists in Yemen. One of them being Anwar al-Awlaki. Anwar was born and educated in the United States of America. He became an imam, moved to the Middle East and Yemen. He's traveled through the Soviet Union as well as Afghanistan. He has associations with the Mujahideen, the Taliban, Al-Qaeda. He has a vengeance out for the United States of America. His son and his daughter were both killed by U.S. raids and drone strikes. He was directly responsible for the Fort Hood shooter, as well as the Christmas Day underwear bomber and many other different types of terrorist types of events in the United States of America. The United States said that he died in 2011 in a drone strike in Yemen. I believe that is false, that he is the man who crossed over the border, clean shaven, beard trimmed, and he's ready to bring some terror to the United States. Buckle up, people.
Real Joshua Reed. How about that? Could be. Keep an eye on that to see if, that's indeed who it is. But that's, Trump talked about a lot about that tonight, right? Trump talked a lot about that, about what's going to happen. And he also said the following, by the way. He also said, if you remember, who would open the border? Who would do that? Who would do something like that? He's telling us who would do it. By forcing us to ask the question, who's doing it? Okay? Because that tells us something. I got to share this with you folks. We're going to take a little chill break.
She'd stay right out there.
And I'm going to share this with you. And Hawk, if you can hear me, check this out, brother. And here we go.
Willow's favorite place to be was out by the fire. She would sit out there and wait for me. While I was going in to prepare the steak or get another drink, she'd stay right out there and wait. So I thought it was appropriate that I made a fire for her while I buried her. Even at my spry young age, I managed to get a 4.5 foot deep hole dug in a couple hours with a couple of breaks for sure. Then I measured it out just to make sure it was big enough. We said our goodbyes, and I let Minnie say her goodbyes like we'd done many times in the last day here. And then we put her in the hole with several of her balls. And then I filled in the hole. I said a little prayer for her and asked God to keep her for me until I could get up there. That was it. Run pain-free, my sweet girl. Run pain-free. Till we meet again.
How about that? Yeah. My comment on that: amidst the madness, humanity thrives. This is the new earth that has been and is already here. It has been here and is here already. But the more that we're caught in the nonsense, the energy, the nastiness, the negativity of the indoctrination, of the matrix, the less we will find such beauty. And that is devastating to us. It's devastating to our souls. And it's so important for us to find the joy. This is Spotify. This is my podcast. Me talking to you. Just you and I. And a soul-seeking solitude. This was done on my brother's dock, the beautiful home that he had bought on the Wye River in Maryland with his new bride. After being treated very poorly by the previous one and the mother of his children. And I sat on the dock and I shared this with you. Because even though I was in the solitude and it was so necessary, I was thinking of you and wanting to share this moment. And one of the things I said in this is that I spend my days laying stains on my joy so much that I can't find it anymore. And that was in response, that was in relation to me trudging through the swamp day in and day out, bringing you the news and bringing you the drops and what we started out thinking was going to be a sprint turned into the longest marathon we have ever run. And so I welcome you to spend less time in the swamp. You've heard me say it a million times, my friends, that once you know the rabbit hole is there, you don't have to keep going down it. Because each time you go further and further until you can't even see the light from whence you came. And it's very dark, and it's very dirty. It's very cold. And it's very vexatious to your spirit to get into the back and forth arguments and to get into trying to prove yourself right and trying to waken others. It'll happen. But it's not going to happen if they look at us and they see us miserable and they see us angry and they see us off balance and unhealthy and overweight. Why would they get excited about joining us? They're not going to sit back and say, I want what she has, or I want what he has, because they got something special. I can see it. No, they're seeing our frustration. They're seeing our sadness. They're seeing our disappointment in humanity. What they need to see is you and I living our best lives. You and I finding our joy and celebrating it, rather than going down rabbit holes, laying stains on it. I couldn't find joy in little things because I was trapped beneath the evil things, digging, finding look here, look there. All the while looking outward for the problem. I didn't find the problem until I looked inward. And found out why I was having trouble finding joy. The revolution, and I've said this to you many, many times over the, 5 years I've been talking to you. The revolution must begin within. We can't point the fingers at others and expect the world to change. Let me take you back to X. My friends, if you're not on X, I would like to recommend you get to X, because that is the battlefield now. Folks, if you're still on Facebook, I just want to say that, yeah, you're not leaving the battlefield, but you're so controlled on Facebook that only the people that don't need to see your message are seeing it. They know, they've figured that out already. Okay. X still has a lot of the people that need to see our message, and they're seeing it. It's the new battlefield. And I explained how this all went down. White hat controlled. They brought Musk in because he was the poster boy for the left. He was the icon for the left. He's saving the planet with his ridiculous electric cars that run on coal-fired electricity. He's putting up satellites that help people in war-torn countries. He's going to explore space and Mars and make it available for us to travel to Mars. They're all a lie. The satellites are a thing, but that's being controlled, I believe, by the white hats, and that's going to be a part of the shift. So everyone on the left loved him, and that's why they had to pull out the Twitter files through him, because that was going to be seen much more than if it came from somebody on the right. Sorry. Just checking the numbers on Rumble. We got 418 over on Rumble, my friends. Thank you for being there on Rumble. And we are also on YouTube. We're on Facebook. And we are on X. And right now, we're running down my X. And hey, to those over on X who are in the chat over there, 241 on X. No, 21 right now, but 241 have, I guess, stopped along the way. So showed you that. This was amazing. I seek the ancient wisdom. You have to be a boomer to get this one, my friends. This was Sweetie Goat. I was just cracking up at this. I loved it. And then a few of my Twitter peeps. Yeah, that's some pretty good reactions there. But then there was this. I'll play this for you.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
Let's find out. 1, 2, 3.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know.
And by the way, come on, man. It takes more than 3. That's some bullshit. That's some misinformation right there. You got to crunch pretty damn hard to get through 3. I'll tell you what. Let's get it in 3. So this is getting into what's going on right now, actually, is that there are these people that are doing these community notes on Twitter that are forcing a lot of the accounts to be shadow banned or blocked. And so there are some problems on Twitter. It's not perfect. But my friends, if you go from Facebook, where, by the way, Jen and Barbara are like, can we be done with Facebook? Because most of the stuff you send them to put up on Facebook, they can't put up. Otherwise, Snedication Nation, the SnedHeads Facebook page, they take it down, and they're just trying to keep us to still have somewhat of a presence over there. So a lot of the stuff Jen and Barbara aren't putting on there, and people get upset, but they don't understand that we would lose that channel. And so, and I was kicked off of Facebook using a completely different name, but they know who I was, because remember, I got kicked off for not saying anything just because of who I was. Zuckerberg isn't a fan of David Snedeker. I'll tell you that. Does he know who I am? Probably not. But I've certainly called him out. Certainly called him out. So there's some problems on Twitter. It's not perfect. This is Musk. People are being critical of Musk, and I am, very much so. And I can't talk about this because of what's going to happen on FB and YouTube. But you can read it. This is from Dr. Lupus, and I'll let you read it. Okay. And I said, standing right next to Get the Jab and Israel is Never Wrong, Shapiro, you must not be listening to this man. This man and what's happening on X is white hat controlled. That is my belief based on all the research that I've done. Do I have evidence to that? Well, sort of. I presented the evidence that the white hats were in charge of Twitter before Musk took over. When you were concerned about Vanguard buying up shares in Twitter to try to keep Musk away, I reminded you that Vanguard owns 7% of Tesla, that they're all in the same book. This was Yes in Real Time to JD Truthseeker, my friends. When you get on Twitter, go see JD Truthseeker, who is our dear producer Jen, doing incredible work over there, by the way, as she is on Truth Social too. JD Truthseeker on Truth Social. If you're over there, make sure you hit her up, let her know I sent you. Folks, if you haven't listened to this, we've had I think over 8,000 views over all the platforms, something like that. Is Pluto even a thing? What will tomorrow bring? I get into a very, very deep conversation. Anybody here in the chat, would you recommend this last show that I did with Hawk? And would you highly recommend it? Would you somewhat recommend it? Would you give it a 98 Rotten Tomatoes? What, give me some feedback here. Do you want to see more of that? Because I thought it was like some of the best work I've done. And we got into some really good stuff and got into astrology in a very unique way. In a very unique way that I don't think you've seen before. Okay. My explanation about astrology. Thank you, Dina. Thank you, Linda. Very much. Buffering gave me a 99% Rotten Tomatoes. Recommended. Thank you. Pat, thank you, Pat. Ricky says, Dave, it was super deep. Wasn't it, Ricky? I really felt that, brother, and I appreciate that because I just felt like, folks, you've seen me in the past. For those of you who know me, you've seen me in the past where I kind of got lost in the moment, and it wasn't me talking. I felt like I was almost like I was just kind of channeling. And so I definitely felt that. So much so that when I was driving yesterday to go pick up this couch and driving back with this 8-foot couch on top of my Acura MDX 2011, I had to go pretty slow, even though I had it well tied down. I had to go pretty damn slow. I think it took me 2 hours to get home, and it was raining. So that was good. Hey, Mikey, it was like old times. Thank you, brother. Mike, it was fascinating. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I was in the flow, Kelly. Thank you. 100% recommend. Thank you, Mikey. I appreciate it. Dave, your heart was in it, and we love you for it. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate that. So at any rate, my friends, thank you much for all that. And I just have to tell you that I'm back, and I'm back in a very different way, and I'm back in a way that that works for me and keeps me out of the what I was doing with Todd and Cindy was great stuff. We did some great stuff together. We had a great connection. We had a great connection with you. We built a community. But basically, I kind of turned into a newsman. And I stopped speaking from the heart and I started speaking from the left brain, breaking down some of the things that were happening. And then Todd would come on and do his really brilliant work with Q. But, I taught Todd about Q and how I dove, and he kind of took it and took it to another level, like his level, which was beautiful. But that's a lot of the fun stuff that I wasn't doing too, that I'm doing more of now. Because the Q stuff is really about the positive stuff that's going on. And I'll give you an example. The other night, I posted this at 4:38 a.m. I was up all night on this dive. And let me read it to you. For OG real anons and those new to Q, this is just one of the ways in which you can dive in. And as you guys will know, it's one of the most basic. It's just going to the deltas and then matching it up to the news of the day. But still a fabulous dive, but it's, pretty easy for us all to do. And this is why, Todd and I never presented it to you like only he and I could do it. Because we have great minds or anything like that. Yeah, we called him Tesla, and people, call me a Q expert, and I know Nino does, and all that. But we showed you that you could do it yourself. Like, it's so easy, right? So keep that in mind that you can do this. So QAlerts.app is the site I often use. Also QAG.news. By the way, I'm saying that letter a little bit too much, realizing I'm on Facebook and YouTube. So I'm sorry, Hawk, and maybe you need to take this down in 24 hours or something. And so when you share it out, folks, maybe share out that if it's not up on Hawk's channels, it's going to be up on mine. It'll stay up on X, and it'll stay up on at Dave Snedeker, and it'll stay up on YouTube. Okay. And by the way, I'm gonna bring on some badass guests coming up too, because I want to talk about the joys. I want to talk about the great things that are happening, and also to help you navigate this stuff. Like, what should we be focused on? So X still won't let us link to these sites, and it actually tells us. I pulled up QAlerts.app just to show you. We can't complete this request because this link has been identified by X or our partners as being potentially harmful. Visit our help center to learn more. What is potentially harmful about the drops for you and me? And the answer is nothing. Q tells us to get involved. Q tells us to engage. Q tells us where we go when we go all. Q tells us we're watching a show to waken up the masses. Q pointed out all the bad players. Q said this is going to be biblical. And here I just got done saying I got to stop saying that letter. Sorry. There are 19 deltas. Same date, different year for yesterday. It was today when I started. January 19th, all but 2 are 6-year deltas from 2018, meaning on the 18th, 6 years ago. Some may seem like a stretch, but you'll get it. How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? Because I think you'll have some fun with it. Use it as a guide to gauge what's going on in the world without the distraction of the mainstream media directing your attention. Don't forget that not only is the mainstream media directing your attention where they want you to think, but because I just got done telling you that they have full control over the alternative media, they're also using them to direct your attention. But when you follow the deltas and you follow the News Unlocks the Map, 17, I'll use the number, not the letter, will tell you the significance of this. If you aren't down with Q, that's okay. Play along or fuck off. And I want to be very clear about something. I'm not here to try to capture you. I am going to speak about the truth as I have found it and in a way that I think it may be helpful to my brothers and sisters. If this isn't for you, or you have an issue with the way I'm doing this, or you want the old way back, or you want the old thing back, just know this. I don't give a fuck what you want. Okay? A leader doesn't give you what you want, doesn't market themselves to the people they most want to connect with. A leader does what's right and says what's right, whether it offends or supports. So I just want to be very, very clear about this. I've walked away from the kind of business that people dream of. I've walked away from the audiences that people dream of because of what I needed to do for me and for my family. And I'm coming back in a way that fuels me and helps me to find my joy and to remain in joy. And if that is for you, and if what I'm doing is for you, then then great. But if it's not, that's great too, because go listen to somebody that, doesn't say fuck, or, says things that you want to hear. Somebody that doesn't say fuck is probably your pastor. The same guy that told you to get the jab, or the same guy that told you that we got to go to war against this country or that country, or the same guy that told you we got to pray for Israel even when they're destroying families and children in Gaza, and that they created that event so that they would have justification, worldwide justification, by the way. Yeah, go listen to those assholes, okay? The 501c3s. They won't cuss. Go listen to them. Okay. Say it again. If you ever catch me trying to grab your attention, trying to impress you, trying to get you to come back the next day because, we got something big happening. I've done that. Like I've said that Musk is going to try to pierce the firmament, and he did it. I've said some of these things and made some predictions. I told you a pandemic was coming and forced vaccination in May of 2019 on record, Facebook Live, out in front of my home, the day we lost our medical exemption in California. And I said, they got the kids now, they're coming for the adults. They'll create just like they did here, they're going to create an event, and then they're going to force vaccinate, and it's for genocide. So I've done those things. I've said this is coming or that's coming, but it's not about keeping you or attracting you. The last one is fire. Thread. Delta in today's events below. Remember this day, which also takes us to 43. Blue number on the delta that goes down another rabbit hole. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. Tomorrow is today, January 20th. The astrological alignment. And then we have these crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly. The core focus is removing entrenchment and fortified bad actors within our federal government, past and present, as well as others. Simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided if you witness an uprising or other domestic violence. In addition to 9/11, any military scene is for your protection as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Watch for confirmations tomorrow. Now, this was in 2017. People like me that were looking at these drops thought that this was going to happen soon. And here we are 7 years later. Not quite. And six years, couple months. So what is this about? Well, we figured out that, this isn't a fixed timeline, this queue. And some of them are changed and have changed. But look at all the things that happened. A jet catches fire in flight. House Republicans are going to defund the WEF, which we know is kind of the head of the snake. Grand jury indicts Alec Baldwin with involuntary manslaughter and rush shooting. Well, do you remember when I went live in Vegas? The worst part of going live in Vegas is how few people saw the work that Christy and Barbara and I did in pulling together the connections with Alec Baldwin and the director of photography, and how she was Ukrainian, and how her father was in the military and she was a journalist who moved to Russia, and how, I'm sorry, she was Russian and moved to Ukraine and was a journalist in Ukraine. And Alec Baldwin's movie Red October, which Q17's talked about quite a bit, the character in that was from her hometown in Russia, that her husband worked for Latham and Watkins. Latham and Watkins was heavily involved, was the law firm that exposed, was the law firm that got the Ukraine government, which was all the money laundering, human trafficking, and all that, got them from having to pay $6 billion to 3 Cypriot companies that were in their right to sue them. And yet Latham Watkins got him off of that. And Latham Watkins is involved in a lot of different stuff. But the worst part of that, Quinn, you watched that live. Yeah, you guys remember that, right? I had the Luxor behind me and the Mandalay Bay behind me. And I also talked about that. With the shooting, the Las Vegas shooting. So this is that was it was great reporting. It was like a great connection that nobody else has made, by the way. Since that day, nobody else has made these connections. And I told you that it was intentional and that it was a hit, because there was no way in hell that many stages, and I've been on a movie production, I've been a first AD, I've been a director of photography, and I've been a director, and I've been a producer. I've been every single role that was involved in that whole thing except the weapons master. Okay. So, and the weapons master is working with the first AD and the actor directly, and is there when the weapons master hands the actor the weapon and shows the actor that it's loaded with a blank, and they make sure that they know that, and that didn't happen. So this was a hit, and I've not seen anybody else talk about that. And the worst part of that whole thing is I probably had, I don't know, 40,000 views, something like that on that one, maybe 30, 40. I honestly don't know. But you know what the big news coming out of Vegas was? 107 appearing for the first time when people realized finally that he was Wayne Willett and that he wasn't JFK Jr. Meanwhile, Project Camelot, Kerry Cassidy, still thinks he's JFK Jr., has gone off the deep end, has lost all credibility. And how many of you are listening to that guy, watching his fucking little boots, and thinking you're actually getting information because he represents himself as being a part of the in group of knowledge of being with Trump, with Q? Okay. And Nino knows how I feel about him. He's hung up on me before. I've begged him to stop doing shows with that guy because of what it's doing to any credibility he has. And this is all going to come out. You don't need to hear it from me. This is going to come out. I may have been telling you this 3 years ago, and how he, on Field McConnell's show, when Field McConnell was all excited and showing him, pulling up, these face masks that he had made of JFK Jr., and saying to Wayne Willett, somebody special's on the phone. Is it JFK Jr.? Hey, Field. Yeah, well, I just had a moment here. I wanted to stop in. Guys, if I called into Field McConnell's show and he said, we got JFK Jr., what would I have said, guys? What would I have said? No, Field, it's Dave Snedeker. Oh, Dave. Okay. All right. But this guy wrote that. And then he wrote a book, A Kid by the Side of the Road. He's stealing the memory of little John saluting his father's casket as his father's casket drove by, and put it into a book. I don't care how good the fucking book is. I won't read a word of it. I don't care how entertaining his stories are or how much he knows about the Bible, because I won't listen to a word of it. Because it's stolen fucking valor. You don't think our John F. Kennedy Jr. has been to hell and back with what's happened in his family and what they tried to do to him? Maybe they succeeded. Maybe they didn't. We don't know. It's all speculation. My friend David Straight said he's seen him, met him twice, that he was on that helicopter with Gene Ho when they dropped John F. Kennedy Jr. on top of Washington's head on Mount Rushmore. David flat out told me directly he was with him. And one of the top guys in this truther community pretended to be him for years at a time when people clamored for the hope of such a thing. And we're clinging on. Is he alive? Isn't he? Is he alive? Oh, it'd be so amazing for him to get back against the Clintons and this and that. And he takes us on this stupid movie with stolen music that is supposed to mean something. So the biggest story coming out of Vegas was him, not yours truly, that was doing real work and real investigative journalism and has always been David Snedeker, has never been somebody else, has never pretended to be somebody else. You know why? Because I don't want to be anybody else. I don't need to be anybody else. But maybe if my boots were that small, I'd want to be. Who knows? But this happened with while we were being distracted. Alec Baldwin. Hospitals in Denver, Colorado have been vaccinating their staff with live Ebola with a shed rate of up to 31%. You missed that one, didn't you? Okay. This is remember this day. This is the drop. This is the Q drop. And this is Shadow of Ezra sharing all these things that happened on this day. The UK military carried out its first high-power firing of a laser against aerial targets, with the weapon using an intense beam of light to cut through drones. Maine drafts bill to become transgender safe haven for children. Nikki Haley will never be vice president for Donald Trump. I've said that too. Yeah. Nor will Vivek. She can't. She can't. She's not eligible. She's as eligible as Barack Obama is. According to Alexander Soros, Donald Trump is already the president of the United States and the people of the World Economic Forum. This is Alexander Soros, who just did that 187 hit piece. Nova Scotia man has been charged for starting the eastern Canadian province's largest ever wildfire, which burned for 1 month in 2023. Trump vows to end child trafficking once and for all. Remember this day. This was a delta on this day. Remember this day. Look where it's taken us. Also, as you know, I always go to the blue. We always go to the blue. Let me take you there. 43 was the one I read you already. I'm sorry. Okay. Then I take you down further. Scavino, mentioned earlier the week, shot heard around the world, which was the start of the Revolutionary War in Lexington, Concord, Mass. Trump is in Concord, New Hampshire. Both of these are 4-year deltas. The shot heard around the world is right here. The Great Awakening, a week to remember. The Great Awakening, the Great Awakening. And this was, Dan Scavino said that earlier in the week. Concord, Concord. Read the memo, or Twitter's trending at the time released the memo is a reminder of the bot FBI-controlled Twitter back in the day. And this was telling us, read the memo, release coming, and that was about Devin Nunes, the memo on the FISA-gate and the Russia collusion, okay, which was later released February 2nd. And FISA is going to take down the House of Obama, because it all goes back to Obama. Also, 6 years ago, fake news awards, fallout. And 2 of these posts on this delta, my friends, okay? Read the memo, release coming, fake news awards. Any insight into the fake news awards? Remember Trump talked about that, right? Okay. And combat tactics, right? We're fighting a 5G information war. But fake news, that day we learned about how Sports Illustrated was laying off all their employees, and they used a transvestite for the swimsuit edition, and they got caught for using AI for articles and journalists back in the fall. Okay. Also, LA Times was striking against their third round of layoffs, where they lost 13% of their newsroom. 13%, nice cabal number. And the owner of the LA Times is Chinese South African American investor owner of Networks, an AI company. Also, earlier in the week, ESPN was caught using fake names to win Emmys. And here we have the fake news awards on this delta. All this is happening on this delta. Schumer-McConnell border deal that won't stop the border problem and won't be funded unless the Ukraine piggy bank is filled again for money laundering, human trafficking, bioweapon labs. We proved on the indoctrination on March 3rd, 2022, that the U.S. Department of Defense funded 11 of these bioweapons labs in Ukraine. We showed it. We went to the Wayback Machine. We showed you the documents on the website of the embassy, the Ukrainian embassy that has tried to take down Trump with Victoria Nuland and that other clown. And we showed you that the DOD funded those. A week later, Congress was asking questions on this subject. But the Schumer-McConnell border deal happened on this day, January 19th. But in 2018, Schumer is on a post, I'm scared. He has to use the bathroom prior to leaving. I don't quite know what that means, actually. But he's scared shitless, I think. That's what that is. He's scared. This was in 2018, my friends. This was 6 years ago on this date. And on the same date, the Schumer-McConnell border deal, which is a fiasco. Chuck Schumer will live in fear from today forward. Thank you for visiting the White House. So not only is he scared, but he's going to live in fear from this day forward, which is a fitting justice for such a man. Back to fake news, MSM mainstream media being exposed and bankrupted today, who get their talking points from Operation Mockingbird CIA, which is the Central Intelligence Agency, at 4 a.m. each day. This comes from the CIA, my friends, the talking points. You, the people, have the power. You, the people, forgot how to play. Together you are strong. Apart you are weak. This is, again, the fake news. Okay? No deals. MSM contractors, goodbye. Fight, fight, fight. My friends, 17 is telling us that the MSN, there are no deals. They're going bye-bye. Okay? Why are we here? Why are we here? They want you divided. They want race wars. They want class wars. They want religious wars. They want political wars. They want you divided. Learn, forgotten country, learn, stay strong, stay together, fight, fight, fight. This is more important than you can imagine. My friends, when I'm critical of other leaders in the truth community, I'm not creating division. What I'm doing is creating awareness. And I always have. And I've always called out the bad players. This isn't about dividing the truth movement. This is about letting you see for yourself who should not even be in this truth movement. Because the one criteria for being in the truth movement, I think we can all agree on, is you got to tell the fucking truth. We don't need any more fake news. We don't need any money, any more 4 a.m. talking points from CIA that keep you distracted and keep you focused on the things you're not supposed to be focused on. This is a good one. Eric Schmidt, who owned Google, private emails, Google. Well, that's how they communicated, isn't it? They communicated across Gmail, and they wouldn't send the email. They just all had access to the email, and they would communicate through the drafts. Folks, who taught us that? Who taught us that? Was it any of these frauds that are doing outside comms? No, it was 17. It was the drops. That's who taught us how they were communicating. Also, how they were communicating through video games. Okay. The memo is only the beginning. The memo being the Devin Nunes memo about FISA. That's only the beginning. The shot heard round the world. Again. Okay. Remember, Google, Eric Schmidt, North Korea. We've seen pictures of him in North Korea. Tesla, that's Musk. What's his involvement? Think Starlink before the White Hats got control of it. Why are American taxpayers subsidizing Tesla? Because he's giving access of his Starlink to the CIA. He's the largest government contractor in the world. The next guy, Google. The next guy, Amazon, Bezos, because he's doing all the cloud computing for the Pentagon. More about Hussein, who used the private email addresses. Again, this is Google, the private email addresses. Hillary had a Gmail account. That's how Chinese found out who our spies were in China and had them killed. Do you remember that? What was the purpose? Well, the purpose was so nobody could track what the hell they were doing. Loretta Lynch, HRC, James Comey, James Clapper, Chuck Schumer, AM. Help me out on AM. I'm forgetting. We don't say his name. That was McCain. Rod Rosenstein, Seth Rich, John Brennan. Actually, this may not be Seth Rich. This may be because this is all the bad players. Huma Abedin, Valerie Jarrett. By the way, my friends, if you're catching this and you haven't caught some of my other work here, let me take you to the indoctrination, no space. Got to show you this. This is my Rumble channel, okay? And on my Rumble channel, you'll see David Snedeker decodes the snake. By the way, this is all, not all my videos, but most of them. I've got over 200 out of my 1,100 shows that I've done. I have over 200 on Rumble. David Snedeker decodes the snake. The Trump story. Okay. So what was that all about? I did this with Hawk. Okay. And I was listening to this snake story, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get to the bottom of this snake story. Okay. Boots on the ground. Hold on. Did I get into it? No, yeah, I got into it early, I think. And I also showed a little bit of my Nino show. Okay, so let me share this with you real quick. So the gentleman you saw, the black man that you saw in the beginning of the video, okay, his name is Oscar Brown Jr. All right. Oscar Brown Jr. is he was an American singer, songwriter, playwright, and poet. He wrote the Snake Story, and he performed it as a song. He wrote it as a song. They were lyrics. Okay. Let me see if I can just play this and I won't have to say it. And Oscar Brown Jr. was a singer, songwriter, playwright, poet, civil rights activist, and an actor. He also ran for office, Illinois state legislature, and also the U.S. Congress, but he lost both races. Although he did help a race with a Chicago politician. Oscar Brown Jr. Wrote this song, and it sounds a little something like this. And this is the official music video for it. This was written in 1963. Way to work one morning down the path alongside the lake. So it sounds a bit like that, but I don't want to play it for you because I don't want to get Hawk slammed for copyright violation. But you can find that under Soul Jazz, Oscar Brown Jr., The Snake. Al Wilson also covered it. Both of these were done in terms of The Snake by Oscar Brown was done in 63. Al Wilson did it in 68, made it famous there. Now, Oscar Brown was deep into Chicago politics. Well, who else has been deep into Chicago politics? But, you know, some of the dailies and some deep corruption. That was the first time we ever heard about, in my world anyway, that we ever heard about dead people voting. So it brings a lot of light to that. But let me take you a little bit deeper. During Brown's 20s, he did the world's first black newscast called Negro Newsfront. And there's Mr. Whiskers getting in on the action here with the keyboard. And he did this show, the daily black news from Chicago. He did it with Vernon Jarrett. Vernon Jarrett is this gentleman here, and he was a Chicago journalist and advocate for education. He also was influential in the NAACP, the Associated Negro Press. Was a part of numerous documentaries, the subject of which on BBC, ABC. Also worked for the Chicago Sun-Times. Now, it looks like he did some amazing things, helped found the NAACP and some other things for the Black people of Chicago. And also, what's notable is that sometimes he would have Oliver Brown Jr. actually would have, he produced this with Vernon Jarrett, but Oliver Brown would have as a co-host some Chicago children. I don't want to read too much into the children there, but we're learning more and more about those types of operations. But at any rate, this Vernon Jarrett ends up having two sons. One of those sons, Michael, married somebody that by the name of Valerie Bowman. Valerie Bowman, we now know as Valerie Jarrett. Okay. Valerie Jarrett was in the room, was during the Flynn unmasking. Valerie Jarrett was living with Obama after he left the presidency and Trump came into office. as a shadow government, if you will. Any deep state action, black hat action that we see, we know is not being done with fake Joe Biden, but the speculation is that it's coming from the Obama administration. This is Obama's right hand, right here, Valerie Jarrett. So I believe that this snake is being used not just for its significance, as we know there's many different interpretations that we find through Trump's codes and comms and also cues. So this could mean many things, but I do believe that the snake message is certainly valid when in discussing immigration, but it's also valid if you consider that Obama is an immigrant. And I believe the snake is Obama in the deep state, and the tender woman could be us, the United States of America, the Republic. And we also know a great deal about Valerie Jarrett and her ties to Islam, the Muslim Brotherhood, through Huma Abedin. It's almost like Jarrett was the Obama version of Huma Abedin, and Q told us to watch Huma, both from a standpoint of Huma Abedin, but also from a standpoint of the DNA Huma, and also the Harvard University Muslim alumni. So, there's my decode of the snake song, and that's on my Rumble channel. You could see that, and I get a little bit more in depth into that. But as we go back to this Q drop, and by the way, if you think this is powerful, please share this out, okay? And all of my content is free, okay? So how do I survive? Donations. Okay, that's how I survive. You can find that all on davidsnedeker.com. You can find out how to go to my Give Send Go. If you look at Give Send Go, I want you to understand, excuse me, that this is the company that is a good company. They don't take any of the money unless you donate to them. And the GoFundMe is the company that took the truckers' money in Canada. So we can't be using those organizations. I can't use PayPal because they deplatformed me. I can't use Venmo because they deplatformed me. I can't use Buy Me a Coffee because they deplatformed me. You know who they're not deplatforming? All those people in their pictures that I showed you that Amazing Polly has shared on my Twitter. Okay. They're not getting defunded. I am. This has been open. My friend Caroline Munden, a SnedHead of long time, as you guys know, wonderful, wonderful friend and listener. And she started this for me, knowing what I was going through. And this has been several months. So as you know, that doesn't go far. So I invite you to go to Give Send Go and support my work. And I thank you in advance, my friends. If you're really struggling, do you think I want you to give me anything? No, I don't. Hold on, sorry. I'm putting that in the chat. No, I do not. I don't want your money if you're struggling. I want you to do an exchange of energy, and if that doesn't mean sharing a few dollars with me, then please share the show and do an exchange of energy that way, and talk about this show when you are in chats with other people. That there's a lot of people that are finding out that their guys are not good. Okay. And they're looking for a place to land here, and they need our help because they've been gone from one brainwash to another, and it's a tragedy. The person that brainwashes in the name of truth is not good. Not good. By the way, that's me. That's me when I post that. I'm still posting as Hawks Mustard Seeds because we're in the same platform. Or you can do Cash App at davidsnedeker.com. Okay. Or at $ David Snedeker. I mean, if you want to do that. And there are other ways too. There's some opportunities. If you're not doing Jasmine and Jim's colloidal silver and Mysterium, this Mysterium, oh my God, folks, it helped me out of a bad place. And it resonates at 1,000. Reach out to Jasmine. They're on my website, davidsnedeker.com. Reach out to Jasmine. If you want to buy $10, $20, $30 worth of gold or silver, you can do that with 7K Patriot Silver. And that is something that I did for the SnedHeads, because most of these companies, you need $5,000 to get involved in gold or silver. It's ridiculous. Not with 7K. So that's all on davidsnedeker.com. So please check that out. So how can you find me? davidsnedeker.com. Thank you, James. If you're looking, davidsnedeker.com has, pretty much all my links. And a picture of me in front of the trailer I lived in this summer. Viola, she puts Mysterium in her water. Great product. Folks, the water I'm drinking right now has Mysterium in it. Let me see if I can just take you right there. Okay. SaintSolutions.net. Okay. This is all stuff I use myself. Okay. This is it. You can connect with Jasmine here. This is the Mysterium. It resonates at 1,000 Christ consciousness. Okay. Info at saintsolutions.com or Jasmine at saintsolutions.com. My friends, this stuff, I'm telling you, it's game changer. It is real. Like, it'll help your body and your frequency. Remember, Tesla said, in the future, medicine will be frequency and vibration. The vibration and frequency of this is Christ consciousness. It's at 1,000. Okay. It's powerful, powerful stuff. Okay. So please check that out and reach out to Jasmine. And they'll take care of you because they're my friends. I stayed with them this when I was driving back from Maryland with her and her dad. Both places. And it's a father-daughter business that the SnedHeads are supporting. And I ask you to continue to do so because they are supporting us. So, and what I mean by us is all of you that are taking it and using it, because it's amazing. So, at any rate, that's every once in a while I'll drop something like that because I have to. If you were watching mainstream media, you would have had about 25 minutes of commercials by now. If you were watching some of these alternative cats, you would have been pitched about 10 different products by now. Okay. I take a minute to share with you a couple links. That's it. All right. So I ask you to excuse me, get engaged with me. Help me to continue to do this and help this amazing journey of awakening the masses to continue. The reason I brought that up was this is Valerie Jarrett, my friends. Okay. VJ, that was Obama's right hand. She moved in with Obama when he moved out of the White House and stayed in Northwest DC. Did Hussein use a private email address? That's why they had to drop, James Comey had to drop the investigation with the FBI into the Hillary Clinton email scandal because Barack Obama was communicating on that. At what? That was the link. The Google, why was Eric Schmidt in North Korea? Private network. What was the private network they set up there? Who else was there? What private email address did Hussein use? This all goes back to Obama. Why would North Korea allow access to Eric Schmidt? 17 is telling us here, my friends. And I'm sorry. I've got to bring you with me. I'm sorry. Let me bring you with me. Oh, by the way, Dean says he makes his own colloidal silver. That's great, Dean. And I invite you to check out Mysterium, because that's next level. That's silver, gold, and copper. And I also to invite you to check out their silver and compare it to yours. They pray over it. They use Masaru Emoto's energy around the water. They use crystals. The actual pieces that he uses for the gold and silver are, amazing quality. But at any rate, I'm sure you do great stuff. So I'm glad that you're doing that. My friends, this is 17 is telling us, how did Google have access to North Korea? Okay, well, let me ask you this first. Where did Google Earth come from? Google Earth came from a DARPA project. Okay. The CIA defense industry. That's where Keyhole, they gave that to Eric Schmidt for Google Earth. And when you Google Earth, we see things like what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? You're like, you see your house and you're like, I don't have that car anymore. Or, oh, I moved, I chopped that bush down, it was blocking my view, or what, whatever. They see stuff in real time. But that's Google and big tech in their relationship with FBI, CIA, DOD. 17 is telling us this. This is good information that we're getting even today. Now, all of these things about North Korea, right? All these things about North Korea. And I'm going to end on this one, folks. I don't want this to be too long. I don't want to get down that road again, honestly. Look at the news of this day. Now comes the second tier of this particular dive. The blue numbers to the right of the black and the white. But in the news, on the same day, was North Korea, Kim Jong-un is revving up nuclear and military intimidation tactics. Was North Korea in the news the day before, the week before, 2 weeks before? No. But they were on the day that they're mentioned in the Q drops on the deltas, like every delta. Okay. But then we go down to these other numbers, 37 to 43, and we see 41. And let me explain this for those of you who are new. You see North Korea, Tesla, Google. Okay. You see this ID. This ID is telling us go here. The fact that this is just one number and not a string of numbers says go here. So guess what I do? I go there. 41. What a coincidence. The mountain that housed North Korea's nuclear weapons and testing collapsed. Unbelievable timing. I wonder if critically important materials, as well as scientists, aka the bomb makers, were inside when it happened. Shocking. No global news agency suspects we had nothing to do with it. Enjoy the crumbs. Do you think this is a coincidence? Like, I'm asking you truthfully. Do you think like, oh, wow, Dave's really out there, man. He's lost it. Look at these links. Look at how many, I said at the beginning of this post, how many coincidences before mathematically impossible? You know who told us that? Who told us that was 17. At 17 showed us Trump and 17 posting on zero deltas, meaning they posted all these times at the exact same time. It's mathematically impossible for that to happen. Okay. How many coincidences? Use of coincidences is essential not to violate national security before mathematically impossible. So not only is 17 telling us that they use coincidences, but they use it because they can't violate their oath that they've taken regarding national security, which tells us that this is military operation. Okay. Month Durham activated. Month Q public campaign initiated. How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? It was over before it began. Folks, when you read these posts and you understand the amount of time it takes for this operation to take place, to overthrow this cabal that has been in control for generations and generations and generations and bloodlines. When you read these posts, you feel like, oh my God, somebody's on our side. Mary Cumas goes down different things. How many, and just says mathematically impossible because the coincidences, the odds are mathematically impossible that all the things are happening as they are. And 17 has told us about this. Power is being returned to the people. The rule of law is being returned to our great land. My friends, we're seeing the rule of law return to our great land. But first, the rule of law that has been corrupted and bastardized must be exposed. You must divide a seed. A seed must divide itself for it to grow. A person must divide him or herself in order for them to grow. One of the things that in a book that my brother got and would share with his girls, and it was one of those things where you open it to, you just flip it open to whatever page that you feel, and you read the message. And I shared this with you all. And I want to do it justice. And so I will share it when I actually pull it up. But it's about being broken. And the things that break us apart. And the world needs us broken. Because from that division, that breaking of the seed, breaking of the shell, breaking of the spirit, that's where you find newness, freshness, and growth. So the mathematically impossible thing is very important to understand. And then the 39s, 38s, these were other double digit, but in the blues of the previous. North Korea, Barack Obama, okay, Iran. This takes us to Muslim Brotherhood, which was Valerie Jarrett, Huma Abedin were two mentioned in the previous tier of drops. Okay, Russia, China, North Korea again, false flags, follow Huma. Okay, the calm before the storm. Prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms. 17 wants me to do what I'm doing. 17 wants us to look at these things because we're able to spread real hope, not hopium, but real hope that they're showing us, like, look at all these connections, look at all these things, and you don't think anything's happening. But look at the rule of law. Look at how we are divided. Some people think Trump should be in prison. Other people are saying it's a witch hunt. And the witch hunt is being exposed because it's in broad daylight. So you may be thinking, oh my God, we're getting worse. We're supposed to be getting better. We're getting worse. Well, we have to get worse so that we're motivated, so that we're made aware of the injustice, and so that we're motivated to change it. Okay. Here's one. They are true patriots. We will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the republic from those evil bad actors who for so long have sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight. Let justice be served. Here's a bonus from drop 38. Bomb airport, news credentials failed, false flag attempt, ISIS on life support, clowns failed. On this particular day, January 19th, we're hearing about a bomb in an airport. Okay. How about that plane that was on fire? Okay. And then note National Guard deployment starting tomorrow. Well, look at what was happening between the federal government and the state government with the Texas National Guard. Okay. This is, how do you do this unless you already seen the future or you're in control of it? Okay. And then also on this day, 1/19/18, 6 years ago, a film crew linked to CNBC show arrested after attempting to sneak fake bomb through airport security. Interesting story. Why would a film crew from CNBC have a fake bomb. The prop had all the markings of an improvised explosive device, according to a TSA spokeswoman. At the same time, others in the group covertly filmed the encounter. Okay. 17 is telling us that the CIA failed at this false flag attempt. Remember, they use these to scare us. Oh, and by the way, follow Huma. Under white hat control, Abaddon, HRC's right hand in all things frazzled frazzled.rip, Epstein, Maxwell, Muslim Brotherhood, Iran, and hosting this. Huma Abedin is hosting something called Know Your Value 3050 Summit with Mika Brzezinski, who is the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was one of Kissinger's assets and a complete globalist, is interviewing Huma Abedin. Okay. Now, this is interesting. I went to 3050 Summit. Let me check Q Drop 3050 and look what pops up. Look what pops up. Epstein. We were just hearing about Epstein. Okay. Huma. I mentioned Frazzled Rip. This is not just about sex trafficking. Will the rich and powerful influence the court to prevent the unsealing? Well, guess what? It's starting to be unsealed, right? Well, they were talking about this back in 2019. The tale of two. One is a sex resort, non-temple, resort only, trafficked and drugged underage girls. And then two, the second level, the occult worship of the evil temple. Classification 1 to 99, Haiti, pray for the victims. They took the children from Haiti to here. And one of the women who was literally arrested and did time in prison for trying to smuggle 30 children out of Haiti is now the head of Megan's Law. If you get an announcement on your phone, that's Megan's Law. That's forgetting the name of the help me out on the name of it, but it's and I say question everything. Let me know your thoughts, and if you'd like to see me do a tutorial and dive on Ingersoll Lockwood this weekend, much love. I've got to do that. I might do that tomorrow. I need to show you guys Ingersoll Lockwood. You're gonna flip out. And if you've already seen my decodes on Ingersoll Lockwood, you're already flipping out. I literally predicted the firmament being broken open 3 days before it happened, live on David Rodriguez's show. And I shared that with my audience as well. And so, that was my dive from the other day. And that's what it looks like when you kind of dive in and have some fun with it. And while you're having fun and you're noticing all the connections and all the coincidences, what's fun is that you get excited. You get excited about the things that are happening because you understand the control and the power of 17 and what they have that maybe we don't realize yet. Okay. So, my friends, I'm going to shut this down here. And but before I do, do you have any questions about the stuff at hey balls, how you doing, buddy? He says I'm in live chat on Rumble. Sorry didn't get back with you tonight. That's all right. I had some issues. Yeah, we're gonna connect. Guys, Balls BALLZ on Rumble shares a lot of great content. And Angel of Yahweh says you're listening to the live on Telegram. Hello to Angel and all the crew over there. And the SnedHeads that are with you. Angie says, yes, do Ingersoll Lockwood, please. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah. And Garrett, yeah, we showed Trump earlier. Yeah. So today, if you're in New Hampshire, folks, go pick up some people and take them to the polls, please. Just show the world that, nobody's got a chance here. Nobody. Yeah. So my friend, yeah, God has always gotten you through your dark times or you wouldn't be here. Yeah. I think we can all relate to that, my friend, right? Mikey wants Ingersoll Lockwood breakdown as well. Yeah, I will do that. Hold me to that, would you? And but I think I would like to do it tomorrow. I think that'd be a good thing. Amber Alert. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate that. That I knew I was off on that. She got busted on boat and port in Delaware. 30 kids. Hillary's pal. Yes. Yeah. And was it in Delaware or was it in Haiti? I think it was in Haiti. But thank you for that. That's good. So it's my friends. This is lovely to come here with you and be with you tonight. And I'm grateful that Hawk, gets this ball rolling. I'm just going to scroll my information down at the bottom. But I just wanted to say that, it's Hawk has made it easy for me to get back to you. Okay. A lot easier for me. It's almost like, he unlocked the doors and opened up the doors and said, dude, come on in. Right. And that's an easy way to do it. And I'm glad that I'm bringing more awareness to the work that he's doing because, he's bringing you all the shows that have been kicked off of YouTube and Facebook, like X22 and then we know, and he is bringing me on and the work that I'm doing, even at the risk of getting a strike against him, which he did because of my last show. And so he is fearless in this battle. And so you can see how you can support me there. Okay. And I'll do one screenshot there for you that you can capture if you want. But I would also ask you to find it in your heart to help Hawk out, help feed his dogs. And when he does these shows, folks, he has to buy gas literally to put it in a generator because the power company had tried to screw him so badly. So, folks, we aren't, the people you're donating to aren't going and buying new furniture at the nicest furniture store. They're going and finding something on Craigslist and going and strapping it to the top of their car and driving it home and putting it in, bringing it in the house myself. That's who you're supporting. I'm not looking to get rich off of this movement. Q asked us not to do that. All I'm trying to do is support myself, and that's all Hawk is trying to do. And we live very frugally. And but I had to find a place where I can have a studio, and I also want to do some outdoor stuff. And I'm going to start coming to you with some amazing sunrises off my deck. That I am now in a beautiful new home that my daughter can come and spend half the time with me. We're going to have a whole week together coming up here, and it's a beautiful thing. But that's the kind of people you're dealing with, okay? And I just want you to know that because, you know, the people that aren't charging you are the people you should be paying, and the people that are charging you are the people you shouldn't. Maybe that's your model. Maybe it's not. All right, my friends. We're finishing up with an even 200 after almost 4 hours, by the way. Holy cow. I'm slipping back into the old school. Balls, we're going to have to cut this one up, I think, brother. Yeah. We're talking about, you know, making things a little bit more palatable because I get a little long-winded at times. So 200 over there, over on Rumble. I think we're at, I'm still at that, what do you call it? The decode. Well, we've already got 1.7 thousand views. There's about 390 watching. And I'm not sure where we're at on X, but it's all good, my friends. I am grateful for your ears and your eyes and your mind and your heart and your soul tonight. And I hope I have honored that trust. And I look forward to the next time we talk. I'll try to do the Ingersoll Lockwood tomorrow. Please share this out and let's keep the beautiful energy flowing in the direction of our freedom. I love you. Good night.